Saab and dear participants. Now today's session will be taken by librarian Jivesh Bansal, Punjab University, Chandigarh. He is taking the session Professional Network in Digital Era. And Bansal Saab is a very knowledgeable and he's very technical person in the field. I welcome to Bansal Saab and all the participants. Dear participants, today we have an examination. The examination will be started at 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock and end at 3 o'clock. The link will be sent via your email. You must be check your email. Your confirmation letter has been sent via at 11 yesterday. आपको जैसा बताया गया है कि एग्जाम में 71 पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो है एप्लीकेबल हो पाए हैं ड्यू टू अटेंडेंस परसेंटेज. द AICTE द्वारा ये अटेंडेंस जो है वो वेरीफाई करके आपकी जो कि एवरी सेशन आपकी फीडबैक के बेसिस पे वो AICTE ने रिवर्ट मेरे को की है. और AICTE will taken the examinations and AICTE will also certified your that certification. Total examinations में जो 100 numbers का होगा, every इसमें 50 questions आपके पूछे जाएंगे. Every question having a 2 marks. तो और सारे multiple choice के questions होंगे जो कि आपके लिंक के द्वारा AICTE से आपके ईमेल एड्रेस पे पहुंचेगा. तो इसके पहले एग्जामिनेशन के पहले बिफोर 2 o'clock you ensure your email address is correct. Otherwise, if your email is wrong at that time, your link will be sent in wrong email address. तो आप इंश्योर हो जाएं. जिसको भी किसी को अभी लिंक में या किसी को ईमेल एड्रेसेस में प्रॉब्लम है तो librarian@rgtu.net पे आप अपना करेक्ट ईमेल एड्रेस भेज के आप कंफर्म कर सकते हैं कि जो आपको डेली जूम पर एवरी डे की जो लिंक भेजी जा रही थी वो अगर आपको पहुंच रही थी, इट मीन्स योर ईमेल एड्रेस करेक्ट. अदरवाइज जिनका के पास भी डेली जो सेशंस की लिंक नहीं पहुंच रही थी तो इट मीन्स उनका लिंक या ईमेल एड्रेस इज रॉन्ग. तो ऐसे कैंडिडेट्स जिनका ईमेल एड्रेस पर डेली की लिंक नहीं पहुंच रही थी वो आवश्यक रूप से librarian@rgtu.net पर अपने डिटेल्स के साथ अपना करेक्ट ईमेल एड्रेस भेजकर एग्जाम में अपीयर हो सकते हैं. और इसी के साथ मैं अगेन बंसल साहब का तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं और वेलकम करता हूं. और मोहित जी, ओवर टू यू.
जी सर, थैंक यू. Dr. Bansal is already with us. We have heard from him on publication ethics earlier 2 days back and बहुत पैशन से बोलते हैं सर हमेशा. और आई एम श्योर कि जो आज की टॉक है प्रोफेशनल नेटवर्किंग की जो कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगी स्पेशली फ्रॉम रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू और लाइब्रेरियंस के लिए भी, क्योंकि लाइब्रेरियंस को फैसिलिटेट करना है रिसर्च इकोसिस्टम को, तो लाइक माइंडेड रिसर्चर्स को कनेक्ट करने में हेल्प करनी होगी. लिटरेचर भी मिल सकता है ये प्रोफेशनल नेटवर्किंग साइट से. तो आई एम श्योर जीवेश सर उसके ऊपर रोशनी डालेंगे एंड ऑल द पार्टिसिपेंट्स आर ईगर टू लर्न फ्रॉम यू. सर अनम्यूट कर लीजिए एक बार प्लीज. जीवेश सर अनम्यूट कर लीजिए.
यस सर.
थैंक यू.
हो गया सर, हो गया. थैंक यू डॉक्टर चौकसी. हाँ, गुड मॉर्निंग मोहित from Refreed
Good morning.
And my dear participants. 2 days before had a discussion with you on academic integrity and research ethics, and today I will share something with you on professional networking. I would like to share my screen.
सर अब ट्राई करिएगा प्लीज.
Okay. Okay.
और
Is it audible? Is it visible?
Yes sir, it's visible, but एक बार सर वो मोर के बटन पे क्लिक करके
या
वो भी कर दीजिएगा डिसेबल.
किसको मोर
पे क्लिक करके डिसेबल एनोटेशन फ्रॉम अदर्स आएगा सर.
अच्छा, वो कहाँ से किस पे क्लिक करके आएगा? वो जस्ट ए मिनट.
के साथ में मोर का बटन है 3 डॉट्स वाला.
या एक मिनट मोहित, एक मिनट, जस्ट ए मिनट.
कोई बात नहीं सर.
हाँ, 3 बटन वाला
इसमें
मोर का बटन है, इस पे डिसेबल एनोटेशन फॉर अदर्स.
हाँ जी. थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू. ओके,
थैंक यू. So 2 days before I was talking with you that how the journals were started in the, everyone is aware about the printing technology development in the 15th century and how books came into being, how the printing technology has revolutionized this information world in the 15th century, and then in the 17th century or the 18th century, in the 17th century, how the journals came into being. We are discussing that it was a group of scholars meeting with each others, and the proceedings of that meetings were taken later the shape of the journals. So that is a part of networking, because in every field, whether it is a professional field, whether you are in business, everyone would like to network with his counterparts. What are his counterparts? What are his aligned persons? Like in the medical field, doctors, pharmaceutical person has a database of doctors who are the doctors in his field. So this is a networking. In the academic field also, such kind of networking, because without networking you can't progress. If you don't know that who are the persons working in your field, you are working in a specific area, you don't know who are the other persons. If you are at regional level, who are the national level persons who are working, because every person want to go ahead and ahead. If he is at the regional level, he wants to go at the national level. If he is at the national level, he wants to go at the global level, because we are living in a globalized world. Today's society is a globalized society. So networking, and moreover it is a digital era. Now we are in electronically connected with each other, all of the universe, to all the world. So this is a very important, that how we have to network ourselves, how we have to network our scholarly work. Suppose we have written 10 papers, how we have to show its visibility on the various networks. Only then your works, because you have done a very good work and it is not indexed, it is not on the important archives, then you will not get the research impact, citation impact of that work. So networking is a very important in the today's world. So today's my highlight, first thing is that you are a good professional, you do work. Until and unless you will not do work, what you will network? First thing is that you should be a good worker. You should be first thing is matters your work, and in the second work and second thing in the scholarship which matters is that how well you are networked, and especially in this digital environment. And in these slides which we will discuss in this 1 hour, you will see how important is networking in this digital era, how world level scientists are doing networking, and how this networking, because the development of this web 2.0, the main thing which happened is the development of this web 2.0. Earlier the web was not so much interactive, but the development of this web 2.0 has made the web We are very well aware about Web 2.0. This is very common topic that we discuss about Web 2.0, its applications in libraries. And what is Web 2.0? These social networking sites, wikis, RSS feeds, these podcasts, these are all YouTube. These are all due to this Web 2.0 Wikipedias, who have made the word interactive, two-way communication. Two-way communication is possible. Today you can create websites with the help of these blogs. You can, what are these blogs? This is all due to Web 2.0, which have made this our scholarly field so much interactive, and library 2.0, which have made this library so much interactive. Everyone with this Facebook, Instagram, this is the Facebook, etc. The development of 2005, 2004, 5, this Facebook appear. And now you see what is the importance of Facebook. Everyone want to show his presence, his or her presence on the Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. You know how the tweets are very common. I will show with a very renowned name who is very active on the Twitter, who was very active in the later part. Well, I will discuss this Twitter in the detail. I will discuss with you how Stephen Hawking was active on the Twitter account. LinkedIn, you want to show your presence because it is a professional. Twitter, Facebook and Instagram these are very common, but this Twitter and LinkedIn, these are some professional natures comes into this, and we will discuss more and more professional websites. But scientific professional networking is although a part of social network, but it is a very professional. Others are Google Scholar. You are all aware about this Google Scholar, that you want to make your profile on the Google Scholar, Mendeley, Jotiro, ResearchGate, Scopus. You know about this Scopus as a Elsevier product, and Mendeley is also Elsevier product. ORCID, you create the ORCID account so that all of your research work, because in your lifetime you work in the different organizations. Sometimes different identities are attached with your work, but you want to make a single identity for all your work. You create the ORCID ID. You put that the purpose of this ORCID ID, research ID. Research ID is by Web of Science, Scopus Web of Science Research ID, Publons, this IRINS. This is by InfluMnet, that you can integrate all your papers into this RINS, that is a InfluMnet product. Thomson Reuters, Publon, Academia.edu are some of the website where we can create our profile and network our professional work for the benefit of each other. So I will discuss with you some important papers and very important papers with you. And this is paper, you can download it and you can read it in detail. Social media for scientists. What that paper says, I have written this bibliometric details for this paper, Nature Cell Biology. It is published in Nature Cell Biology, volume 20, page 1329 in 2018. What that paper says, it is estimated that 68% of Americans get their news from social media. This is the relevance of social media, that 68% of Americans get their latest news from the social media. The ease of use of social media platforms for communicating and disseminating information all makes them attractive to scientists. A 2015 survey found that 47% of scientists connected with the American Association for the Advancement of Science. American Association for the Advancement of Science, 47% of scientists use social media to follow new discoveries and discuss science. This is the relevance of social media these days. First was the general statement that 68% of Americans get their news. 47% of scientists get their new discoveries and discuss science with the help of social media. ResearchGate, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and Academia.edu were the top 5 sites visited by scientists and engineers participating in a separate 2014 survey. What this research says, that this ResearchGate, LinkedIn, many of you have profile in ResearchGate. I know that how much ResearchGate is popular these days. Facebook is small children's, housewives, everyone has account on Facebook. LinkedIn has some professional nature, that You can find the jobs here. On LinkedIn, the different postings about the jobs are on this. You post your professional profiles here. Twitter, how much Twitters, Modi tweet, Trump tweet, and how these tweets are important these days. And academia.edu, you make your profile on the academia.edu, you upload your papers, and that gets more citation impact, that gets more visibility and number of downloads when you upload your papers on these types of websites. So this is the relevance of this social media. Among these, Twitter has emerged as a key outlet. The brevity of tweets and the capacity to include images and videos means that scientists can go through a lot of information at a glance, with the option to dig deeper if they wish. The constant stream of posts can be filtered to match the user's interest through the creation of lists. Now, the research is going on. The research tweets are filtered. The tweets are classified. Once one computer student from engineering college in Punjab University met to me and she want to, and that I want to collaborate with you with that, how we can do research on the tweets. Mohit is a computer science professional, how these APIs etc. can be utilized and the tweets can be filtered. The researchers can group and follow specific accounts, for example, journals, funders, institutes, science news outlets, bloggers, and individual scientists in separate threads. These are the importance. Twitter also offers the possibility of communicating with a wide audience in a real time. Live tweeting from conferences. The live, suppose this program is going on and Dr. Choksi is doing that. This is going on. This is going on now. This is the speaker. This activity is going on. So live tweets become very common in the conferences. Although, and this is another very major finding. These are all for, you can see this paper. I have taken all this from this paper, Nature Cell Biology. You need not to worry about anything. This is all quoted in this paper, Nature Cell Biology, volume 20, page this. When you will enter into the Google, this paper, it will immediately appear. It is in open access. Just a minute. Although a mere 13% of scientists responding to a 2014 survey started, they are active tweeters. Half of them use it to follow, because for scientists, time is very important. Time management. Today, time management is a very important aspect. How manage your time? Because scientists' main activity is to do research, not to manage the tweets. So they don't much do tweets. They are not so much, you will say that active, they are not so much active tweeters, but they remain, they follow tweets. What is going on latest? They are follower of tweets rather than the active tweeters. Stephen Hawking was a very active user of the Twitter. I discussed with you. You have heard about the name of the Stephen Hawking, utilizing the 140 character limit messaging system on a weekly basis. Though his tweets are not always related to scientific research, he is integrating himself into a vast community worldwide and exposing parts of his authentic personality to each of his thousands of followers. This is quoted in How Scientists Use Social Media to Communicate Their Research. How Scientists Use Social Media. This is the name of the paper. This is with me. And this is quoted in this. How Scientists Use Social Media to Communicate Their Research, Journal of Translational Medicine. It published in 2011 in volume issue 9. In 2011 in issue 9. You can see this paper by Laura Van Ypern and Francesco M. Marincola. So this is also in open access domain. This is quoted in this paper. So now we will discuss the common things which are very common. Google Scholar. You can create your account on the Google Scholar, and many of you have your account on the Google Scholar. I have created my account on the Google Scholar. And what is that? If you have your Google Scholar account, it is connected with the Gmail, because Gmail is also the product of Google. And when you will open the Google Scholar, it will show by matching your profile, it will show what are the recommended articles, what are the latest articles about what are the latest about your research topics appeared on the Google Scholar. And when one or two articles will be listed on the front screen, and when you will click here, see all recommendations, you can open the all recommended list. So this is the benefit. This is the benefit of this, that you have automatically getting the latest information that this is going on. I have published certain articles, some 20 to 30 articles on symptometrics study on library 2.0, global literature you can see, and global literature on web 2.0, and digital libraries in India. This I have published around 30 papers, because you have heard the name about Dr. B.M. Gupta. Dr. B.M. Gupta was in this NISTAD's lab of CSIR, and he was a very known, renowned symptometric scientist. So I collaborated with him, and we published some papers in here. So you can see. So if you have make your profile on this Google Scholar like websites, academia.edu, you can automatically get the recommendations. You can automatically get that this is the latest going on your field. This is the profile of Ramesh G. God. He was also one of the speaker here. You can see, you can follow him. You can follow his citations, new articles related to his author research. You can follow the different type of author. If you want to follow some author, you can follow it by thousands, lakhs of profiles on Google Scholar. I know I can't estimate because I don't know the exact number how many, but I can say in lakhs, in crores our profiles are on the Google Scholar. You can identify who are the persons who are working in your field. You can follow them. What is the latest from their site. So such kind of developments you can follow on the Google Scholar. And if any article of you is not taken by this Google Scholar index, you can manually add that article. I have added some of my articles manually also in this Google Scholar. You can manually add. You can, if you have published some article in some conference publication, sometimes I get regretted. Even I don't, due to certain reasons, you can say my busyness or my lackadaisical approach, I have not added some of my good articles which I have published in conference publications. Because conference publications, have very less visibility. But what you can do, you can scan those articles, you can feed the metadata, and you can upload them in the open access repositories like there are many LDL, this D-list, and very one common E-list, etc. These are open archives in the field of library science, and they will get. I have seen one of my friend has written a paper in a very local conference, of very regional nature, and he immediately what he did, he scanned that paper and put it into this E-list repository, and that paper has 30 to 40 around 40 citations these days. So this is the sharpness of the things which require these days. And at the same time, I also have one paper, and till date I have not uploaded it on any website, on any repository. So if you are a good network, if you are your activeness, all-round development of you are an active mind, but you should all-round development of you are required these days, because this is the time that you should be your activity. You are not only a good worker, you should also be a good network. Your network, social network, your social scholarly network, I will say, your scholarly network. If you are a scholarly person, your scholarly network should be very sound in the digital era. You can see this my profile, my library, metrics, alerts, settings. So such kind of things you are all can see on the Google Scholar. And this is another paper I have gone through because of this is my second presentation, and this time I have updated it to this paper, this presentation, by going through many scientific papers. And this is one paper published in the analysis. This is a Cell. You have heard about the Cell. Cell is a very popular publisher in the field of these biological sciences, and the paper is published in the analysis, volume 141, issue 3, from 387 to 389 pages. This you can see on the internet. You can note down it. Grant funding agencies are becoming interested in social networking applications that can help researchers. For example, last November, the National Institute of Health awarded $27 million in Recovery Act ARRA funds to 2 research teams. Now, what scientists want? That they don't want to, many scientists don't want to spend time on Facebook. This more, there are 2 kinds of things. One are scholarly things, and one is what is the difference between, if you will see the India Today and Journal of Political Science. India Today is a popularly literature, and Indian Journal of Political Science or any other journal of political science, you will say it is a scholarly, it is a journal, that is called as magazine, that is called as journal, and same is the difference here. This Facebook is a popularly website, popularly social networking website. Facebook is a popularly, and if we will talk about some scholarly, no one have heard about that. Common people don't have heard about that, those scholarly websites. Like one team led by researchers, that this is a paper of 2010 at University of Florida is developing a social. Now I will show this website. This is a paper. So it is saying that it is developing a social networking site for scientists called Vivo. And the another team led by Harvard Medical School investigator is developing a networking site named Google Eye. These are the professional. These are so much professional that biological scientists have their own professional websites. Physical scientists have their own professional websites. Mathematicians have their own. Mathematical science persons have their own. Library science persons, they have their own social networks. So such kind of professional, so such kind of personalized field activities are there in this area. Ultimately, our vision is that there will be a national network to find resources and scientists. The problem I see with the recent network funded by the purpose is not to show our photo, because scholarly persons don't interested in watching the face and who is the person. They are much interested in what that person is doing in the scholarly field. The problem I see with you have heard about that name of Albert Einstein. Perhaps he was Israeli person, and he was offered the presidentship of that country, and he declined because scholarly persons have their own word. The person who have enjoyed this scholarly field, they live in their different world. They don't have any attention to money. They remain in their, because the charm should come out. The person, how the activity started, how a person become more active in any kind of, if you will say in the business, you will see in the scholar, because when the person started developing a charm, now this research is not an activity that comes by force, because today I was also discussing with you 2 days before that now I can discuss with you. Just a minute, give me 2 minutes. I will discuss with you one paper. These days, there is one report which says that India is on the 3rd position now in the terms of publications. But if we will talk about the quality, 2 days before I was also discussing with you. Now the number of publications are coming out a lot from India, and I am member of one of the group, Chandigarh Region Innovation and Knowledge Cluster. This is a group of scientists are in this group, Chandigarh Region Innovation and Knowledge Cluster, and many clusters like that are coming out in India. And this is the concept coined by one of our former Vice Chancellor, Professor Arun Kumar Grover. He was a TIFR scientist. From TIFR, he joined the Punjab University. So he coined that idea, and that idea was taken up by the government of India. And I am also the member of that group. So in this one report came out that India is on the number 3rd. You can see it. I will post the link later on, that India is on the number 3rd in the number of publications. Then discussion started, and one of the discussionists was Professor Rajesh Kochhar. Professor Rajesh Kochhar is an alumnus of Punjab University and remains that, and he was earlier the former director of NISTAD's CSIR lab in Delhi. So what he said, that publication should not be to publish should not be an obsession. It should not be a obsession that I have to publish 10 papers definitely this year. If you have published one paper in a year, if you have done good library work, because librarians are first expected that they do their user activity, how users in a library are satisfied with your services, how the users, because Ranganathan laws all say that user is your God, and how well you have provided the services, and on the basis of that services, suppose you have implemented something, you can define, you can share the technology, you can share the users experiences, and you can publish one and publish that paper, and that will give more confidence that you now to write theoretical paper, that this is remote login, this is that, to copy from one thing, and you apply the remote login in your library, and then write a paper that these are this exercise I have done to apply the remote login in my library. I have experienced so much things. What are your experiences in applying a new technology into your library? That is more important. And when other people, because I am talking about this, because remote login has become a very common technology these days. Suppose you are in a very good library and you do something very special, and you write it into you present your findings, your experiences in a form of a research paper, that will, you will see the importance of that paper, how the research impact and citation impact of that paper will be. So such kind of things are required. The problems I see with the recent networks funded by the NIH is that they don't seem to be driven by the needs and the problems people have immediately, says Victor Henning. Who is Victor Henning? Founder and director of Mendeley. When the Victor Henning founded this Mendeley, what he has seen, that there should be this reference management software or social networking side in the field of science, in the field of scientific, in the field of, not in the field of scholarly field, that doesn't have the common presence, that have the technology. What he has used the technology, that the persons can group themselves here in this Mendeley on the basis of their interest, scholarly interest. Like there is a website called last.fm. What that site? On this website, there is a grouping of the persons. These are all the American developments. This is an American because the papers are all very scholarly work from the cell and this nature cell biology, etc. So the Mendeley used that phenomenon of last.fm when he has developed this Mendeley reference management software or social networking tool, that how the persons are networking themselves on the basis of their interest in the same kind of music in the last.fm. That kind of networking should be in the Mendeley, that people group themselves in this Mendeley on the basis of their research interest, on the basis of their scholarly interest. So this was the idea behind the development of the Mendeley by the Victor Henning. You are all very well know about this Mendeley. This is the Vivo, which we were discussing, that how this 20 million research was given, fund was given to this by this National Institute of Health, awarded this to Recovery Act to develop this Vivo. This is also these are the social networking gets serious. The name of this paper is, there is one paper, Social Networking Gets Serious. This is published in Cell Journal, and the paper is by Army Maxman of New York. You can see social networking gets serious. So this is the paper, and this is quoted in this, how this 27, and this, what is the development from that? This Vivo, a social networking website, came out for scientists, and another is this Eagle Eye, Harvard. This is by the Harvard School, and this is, you all know about this Mendeley, and very I was discussing with about the Victor Henning, who is the founder of this Mendeley, and this site website Mendeley emerged from the Site You Like. The predecessor of this Mendeley is Site You Like, that you can. This is also a network that you can group. You can. This is also a kind of reference management softwares, kind of this Site You Like. Then from that Site You Like, this Mendeley came into being by the Victor Henning. Has not only developed out the concept of social networking for scientists, but rather he is incorporated into something larger. We wanted to create software that would have value in itself. This is the statement by this Victor Henning. So although Mendeley does not depend on network effects, there is a social layer on top, so that as a result, each document on the site comes with anonymized demographic information about who reads it, what university they are at, and what their academic status is. That is a social layer. But more important is scholarly layer, that what is the interest of that scientist, which scholarly activity he is involved. Unlike sites created to digitize connections between people, Henning says, in traditional networks like Facebook, you look for friends. Mendeley is not for looking friends. Here Mendeley persons are not interested to find friends for you. They are interested to find the scholarly collaborators, scholarly friends for you, scholarly friends, and such kind of scholarships are there who have never seen you. There are papers with hundreds, so scientists have papers with hundreds of persons who have never seen them in whole of their life even. Sometimes so that I am also working on, they have connected on some social network that I am working on this field. He says that I am also working on this field, and they scholarly collaborate with each other and publish together and do their scholarly activity or scientific activity together. Such kind of activities are there. The difference in Mendeley is that it is the first about connecting data, which articles are related, what those relationships are, and who reads them. And then you let the social network emerge based on those connections. Their first priority is their scholarly relationship, and then this social network, because it is also important that if a person who is that person, where he is working, to which institution he is affiliated, such kind of things are also important, but they are at the secondary level. And this is Mendeley. You have seen it, and many of you have. You can download the Mendeley desktop. You can log in on it. This is an Elsevier product, and this is very common these days. Although Jotiro, this and many reference management software are other also. This one global community, thousands of groups. There are groupings among them. Persons have joined the groups. Suppose I am working in this field, in one particular field, they have made the specialized groups also for discussions, a diverse membership. So I have also created this website on this, my profile on this Mendeley, and you can see who are the persons who are working with you, who are following you in this Mendeley, and who are the persons who are doing in the same area, and what is the recent outcome from this. And you can create your my library. You can my library that you can it means you can डॉक्टर साहब थोड़ी देर में करता हूँ। डॉक्टर साहब मेरी क्लास है। डॉक्टर साहब मैं क्लास में हूँ मैं बाद में करता हूँ। तो सॉरी, मेरे सीनियर थे काफी, तो मैं एक बार उनको बोलना पड़ा मेरे को। तो हम यहाँ पे थे कि माई लाइब्रेरी में आपकी जितने भी आपके रेफरेंसेस हैं, जितने भी हैं, आप उसमें रख सकते हैं। और एक उसमें होता है माई पब्लिकेशंस। तो जब आप माई पब्लिकेशन में कोई एंट्री डालते हो, तो उसमें वो हमेशा आपसे पूछेगा कि मतलब दिस इज योर पब्लिकेशन दैट यू हैव टू सर्टिफाई इट। जैसे सेल्फ टेस्टिफिकेशन होता है ना, कि भाई हाँ, आप ऐसा नहीं कि माई पब्लिकेशंस में आप गलत पेपरों को मैप कर दो। इसके अंदर लोग करते हैं मिलते जुलते नामों को। मैंने पीछे देखा, हालांकि मेरी कोई बहुत ज्यादा साइटेशन नहीं है, साइटेशनें किसी की भी मेरी बहुत साइटेशनें नहीं है, परंतु फिर भी मैंने देखा कि मेरे 4 पेपर उसने गलत मैप किए हुए थे। मैंने उन पेपरों को तभी हटाया। हालांकि मेरी 99 से 100 साइटेशनें होने वाली थी। मैंने कहा मेरे को 100 साइटेशनों की जरूरत ही नहीं है। परंतु मैं कई लोग वो क्या करता है कि कई बार जो आपका सिमिलर नेम होता है वो गलती से उसको मैच कर लेता है। आपने क्या उसमें, इसीलिए वो सर्टिफिकेशन मांगता है। परंतु अगर आपने कह दिया कि हाँ मेरा ही पेपर है, तो मैंने बहुत लोगों को देखा है वो नहीं हटाते इस तरह की चीज। और दैट इज द एकेडमिक इंटीग्रिटी, द कंसेप्ट कम हियर कम्स द कंसेप्ट ऑफ दिस रिसर्च एथिक्स एंड एकेडमिक इंटीग्रिटी। मान लिया कि क्योंकि सॉफ्टवेयर है, दिस इज एन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बेस्ड टेक्नोलॉजी and they don't know the exact, suppose another person is with the name of Jivesh Bansal, he may tag it, he may tag that paper in your profile, but it is your duty, because you know that this paper is not yours, you should immediately remove that paper from your profile. This is the level, this kind of academic integrity you should have, then you can progress and then you can learn. Because it is, you should not be in a rat race like situation that you have to do some these many papers and these many positions, because ultimately your knowledge matters, how knowledgeable you are, what is your respect among the society. If you don't get that, there is no meaning, and that comes with the integrity. And in the academics, with academic integrity is a common English language word, and academic integrity, when you are in academics, that becomes academic integrity. This is your, this is the my publications. You can see these all are my publications, although I have many, because this is a older slide. So we can see that these are the I have done, I have discussed with that, I have collaborated, and my wife is also in this field, and she's about M Bansal, she is M Bansal, Madhu Bansal in Punjab University. So such kind of you should have, that you can create your my publications profile, you can create my favorites, you can create my library, and you can create a job alert. You want to find the job in which field you are, discipline you are interested, you can job type you can create. So I expect that every one of you who is attending this training, who is present here, will have a profile on this Mendeley. They will you network your, because if you started doing your work from today only, genuine work from today only, you have published, all of you have published two or three papers in some conference publications, scan them. I will also do this activity in one more or the next 15 days, that I will scan all my papers and put them into this some different repositories, so that my research should have proper visibility, because it is my work. It is my work and I have claim over it, I have copyright over it. So that become more visible. So Mendeley like reference management software, you can use that, these kind of softwares. And this is ORCID ID, you can create ORCID ID. You can, if the papers are not taken by the ORCID ID, because it fetch data from the Scopus database. This ORCID is a product of this Elsevier, and it fetch data from this Scopus database. If any paper of you is not tagged into that, you can manually add this paper into it. You can import also. And if you have, this is paper that in Mendeley, you can import that paper from the Mendeley to the SourceSeed, and from this different networking to the different networking. And you can also create the profile in many institutions. Punjab University also have their profile on the, have created the scientific profile in the RIINS. That is we can show you. So all the scientists of all the researchers of the PU are mapped on this RINS from the different networking sites like Publons, from this ORCID, from this Scopus, from this Researcher ID, which is a product of Web of Science, Clarivate, this and that. So this kind of profiles you can create, and from that Vidwan one database has been prepared by this InflibNet, who are the scholars in the different fields in different universities. And you can create your profile on the ResearchGate. And earlier, when I have created this profile on this ResearchGate, it only took the institutional ID, but I know that now you can also, if you don't have the institutional ID, you can also go by this common domain name IDs like Gmail or Yahoo, etc. also on this ResearchGate. So you can create. It will also, it is a very common, this is a very common website among the scientific community, this ResearchGate. You can add your papers, you can add your full text here, you can add your preprints here, and you will see that your research activity and your research impact and your net, and you will get more number of downloads, visibility from these things. And I have also done one paper on this open access. It is published in Library Herald, that impact of open access on scholarly communication. You can see it in, it was published in this 2014 impact of open access. You can see that what this open access has given to the scholarly community, that it has reduced the time lag between the author's publication and its first citation, and how different kinds of archives, scholarly archives, and these open access journals, and and you very well know about the DOAG and DOAB different websites, you this index the open access journals and open access books, etc. So these are the things I have. I did some papers on this ResearchGate, and my collaborators also have. Sometimes I have not added some my collaborators. Professor Dr. S.M. Dhawan is my collaborator. He retired from this National Physical Laboratory, a very renowned scientist. National Physics from Dr. S.M. Dhawan retired from this National Physical Laboratory. Dr. B.M. Gupta retired from this NISTADS, New Delhi. And you know Norma Tripathi, she is a very librarian of GNU, very good researcher, and she published many papers in the different fields of library science, and she has very good citations, and she has very good network. A prolific author, Brij Mohan Gupta, I am BM Gupta, I am discussing with you, and SM Dhawan, a very renowned, if you will get a chance to talk with him. He's a very renowned technocrat, in the a person of technology in the age of 70s. You will see how technology speaks with him in the age of 70s, MSc in physics, then did masters in library science from America, outside India, and how technology speaks with this person. I have interacted with him many times, and retired from National Physical Laboratory as scientist G. And these are the Wikipedia activities. You know that Wikipedia is also a networking tool. Wikis, that is called, there are wiki activities. You are very common that how Wikipedia has become common encyclopedia of pupils. It is a pupils encyclopedia that everyone can add into it, everyone can edit into it, everyone can have. So how this Wikipedia has enriching the society, and these are some Snapedia. This is a encyclopedia of science, the wiki activities on scientists can do. Snapedia is a wiki investigating human genetics in the field of human genetics. We share information about the effects of variations in DNA, citing peer-reviewed scientific publication. It is used by Prometheus to create a personal report linking your DNA variations. So what you can do, what is my purpose of discussing with you? Because as librarians, if you are working in a specialized institute, you are working in a specialized college, you can see what is the domain of that college. What if the college, suppose you are working in a biological lab, you can give the lectures to them, you can enrich the scientists, you can enrich the students who are newly joining into in the various orientation lectures, that these are the social networking sites in your field. You need not to tell them about this Facebook or Instagram, because every 17-year-old or 15-year-old know about this Facebook, Instagram, and this and that, because our junior generation is very much fast than us. What we can guide them about the activity which are related to their particular field, because a newly joined newly joined research scholar may not be aware of this Snapedia in the field of human genetics. So this kind of things you can aware them. Open wetware, this is also a Wikipedia wiki activity in the field of this. Open wetware is an effort to promote the sharing of information, know-how, and wisdom among researchers and group who are working in biology and biological engineering. Learn more about us. If you would like to edit us, would be interesting. So these are specialized activities. Wikigenes, these are all related to human genetics or this field of genetics, because these papers are published in Nature Cell Biology or this cell biology, the biological, because what I started searching on the Google, social networking for biologists. I put the term in the Google, social networking for biologists. Then I put the term social networking for physical sciences. Then I put the term social scientist for mathematicians. So different types of this NASA Connect. You can see this NASA Connect. This NASA Connect, everyone is know about this NASA. Next, I have this American lab in the field of space sciences. This is the social networking site. You can see the various videos and how you can connect yourself with the NASA. And Citable, this is also in nature. What is Citable? You can see what is Citable. It is written on the Citable. This is a nature group. Nature, everyone is know about the authenticity of nature. Nature group publishing. And this is lab space. This is various scientific communities can join this. This is a kind of blogging activity, lab space. Join the discussion. This is Slack. Slack is one such social network app often used by scientists for lab managing. They can how you have to manage your lab, project discussions, and mentoring. And this is also lab space is also like that. Scientists can set up Slack channels with different purposes, such as discussing experiments or manuscripts with lab members and other collaborators in real time, even when traveling or with group members located in different cities. This is the reference. And Slack, this is the website, and there are various channels. This is also available in a YouTube channel. This is also a professional networking YouTube. You can get various videos, and you can aware the scientific community, your users about this kind of development in their particular field. Stack Exchange, this Math Overflow, this is the social networking site in the field of mathematics. This is Stack Exchange, Stack Exchange Mathematics. This is also a networking site in the field of mathematics. This is Reddit Math. This is also a social networking site in the field of math. And Math Blogging, this is a blogging site in the field of math. And this is ArXiv, very well known. All you are very well know that this is a first open archive developed by this Cornell University, and anyone can, in the field of science, physical sciences, in the field of astronomy, in the field of physics, computer science. This is now the group is increasing day by day. Quantitative biology, this computer science, mathematics, so many activities. Lakhs and crores and crores in I do not check what is the exact number, that 1,30,000. Today I have copied this page. This you can show this, these many scholarly articles are there, and 2 days before I have discussed that how this and different ArXiv, medArXiv and bioArXiv, perhaps two preprints from the, these are the latest, because this is the two days page I have copied from today only in the morning, and then I pasted it here. So these are bifurcations, etc. These are going on, how this ArXiv is growing, and discussed with how scientists are collaborating with they put their preprints here, and then invite suggestions, and how persons collaborate with each other in the field of sciences. So this is from my side on the field in this professional networking in digital era. And if anyone has any question, I would like, I have discussed with you various references. You can see these papers. These are very common. You can make profile social media for scientists in nature, cell biology. And you know that this is a paper related to biological sciences. And this is a very good, interesting paper. And you can, another paper I have discussed with you. At least 3 to 4 papers I have gone to deliver this lecture to you. And then so that I can give certain Victor Henning, there is one paper that I have taken this, how scientists use social media to communicate their research. Then there is one statement that both Stephen Hawking into that. And another paper I have discussed with social media for scientists in nature, cell biology. So you can discuss, have lots of literature is there, and you can give orientation lectures to user community on this topic. And I would like that you have get something from me, and the stage is open for discussion now. Dr. Choksi, sir, stage is open for discussion.
Thank you so much, sir. Mohit this side for a wonderful presentation. I have asked participants to type in their queries, whatever questions they have in the chat box. I'll get this started. Sir, at times, even in academic research, I mean, it is competitive between peers. You know, they want to keep it a little secretive, a little confidential at times. So, have you seen that in academic environment around you, that people don't want to share their research on
No,
media?
people are very eager to share their research until and unless that has not published. Eh,
Okay.
the research has not come into the public domain. They keep it secret, and people are very, because it is this is because to bring the research, this is the competition. If you have not bring your research into the public domain, and another person is doing this work on the same area and he has published it earlier, and then your efforts has no meaning. Your efforts has no meaning. So no one like to hide his research or his or her research. This is
But
not.
once this research is published, you don't see, I mean, people still, keeping it with them. They are open to sharing
So
the research.
because this is due to the lack of knowledge. This is, you don't see this in the developed countries. I am also showing that many of my papers are published in this
Yeah,
good, as good papers are published in conference publications. I have not scanned them and put into the repositories. If
yeah,
the same thing is there, some lackadaisical approach in Indian, this, and not so much knowledge, because
Hmm.
today I am delivering these lectures. I am also learn, because it is a learning is a two-way process. If I am giving something to you, the same side I am also taking something from you. If the Dr. Choksi has not given me this chance, I have, suppose I have never gone, because I remain with my limited knowledge. I don't spend time to get this literature and discuss with you.
Yeah. Sir,
So this is a two-way process.
sure. Sir,
As much as you will share,
hmm.
your knowledge will go. Because most scientists also at the age of 50 who have Nobel laureate, they also say that they are students. They never say they become the master. Their level may be different, but learning is a continuous process. It never ends. I may today I have knowledge, but I have gone through these 10 papers. If I will go through 20 papers in this field, I become more knowledgeable. I will go one step high in this area. So this is the activity.
Okay. Sir, one question from a participant. He's asking about what
Yes.
is semantic web.
Semantic web is giving meaning to the web, because it is a kind of classification that, like we have a bundle of things. What is the meaning of classification? Classification is grouping of things in the same thing. In the web, we group the things and we apply various ontologies. We gave them name tags, just like we give the class number to the books. Similarly, we tag the web, and we do the grouping of the tab. That is the activity of semantic web. That is a kind of classification activity. Taxonomy, the biological classification is called as taxonomy. In library science, we say it library classification. Every person do classification in their life. And web, you know the speed the web is growing every day. How many information is
Yeah.
putting on the web day by day, how the speed of the growing web, everyone is aware, because as an information professional, you are well aware about this growing web. So semantic web is that how we can publish the web. I have published one paper again in the one book, the library classification in the 21st century. In that paper, I have discussed the semantic web, and one of my paper is also, you can see in the Google, a symptomatic study of semantic web research in India. Semantic web research in India is by Jivesh Bansal and Madhu Bansal and B.N. Gupta. You can study on the Google, and you will see what is the difference between, because semantic web is a computer science field, and India is very ahead in this semantic research, and many IITs and many uh, good institutes are doing research in this semantic web. And there is one peculiarity in the computer science research, that conference publication, although you know that journal publications are are treated as more more kind of more recent medium of communication. Newer research mostly appear in the field of in the journals. They are treated, journals are treated as the medium of communication for new research. But in the computer science is the only field where conference proceedings are more common for publishing the newer research, and many ACM digital library, you know that ACM digital library, and in that paper you will find that in semantic web for research that we have discussed this medium of communication, that conference publications are at the number one in spite of these journals in as a medium of communication in semantic web research.
Sure. So, sir, how do you think librarians can help researchers in their organization, collaborate, find peers?
Sir, like librarians, this is a field. There are three types of revolution in the human history. First is agricultural revolution. Second is industrial revolution, and this is the third revolution. This is information revolution. If the librarians have not made their presence, have not their recognition in the present days, this is because they have to change their role. They have to learn. They have to adopt themselves according to these new technologies. This is information. Alvin Toffler. There is a third wave. There is a book by Alvin Toffler, Third Wave. Although I have not read that book, but I have discussed in my master's project about that book in 1998. This is the third wave we are going in, and this is information. We are the information and librarians.
लिख के भेज देना.
Ji sir, please continue, sir. Please continue.
Yes, this is an information science age, and you should aware yourself with the latest technology. You should learn the latest technologies. You should go to the literature, and every time you will go to the literature, you will find new things. You should have habit of reading the good literature and searching the good literature. What are you should be familiar in your literature search that this is the piece of work which has some qualitative information. That capability should be in you.
Okay, sir. I cannot see any more questions in the chat box, sir, but I'm sure, sir, if they have any queries, they can always reach you, sir, on your official email address.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My official email address is jivesh@pu.ac.in or Jivesh Bansal. My name, jiveshbansal@gmail.com. And I have also given my phone number here, 981544061. That is also available in the telephone directory of Punjab University. You can see.
Thank you so much, sir, on behalf
Thank you, Bansal Saab.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Choksi, for giving
Thank you,
me
Bansal Saab.
I am really grateful to you that given me chance to discuss something with my colleagues, with you, and I am grateful to you.
Sir, it's a great pleasure to RGPV listening to your voice and your special talk, network, professional networking. I think so. Every people is request to how to themselves make a professional networking in the field. Thanks, जीवेश बंसल जी. जीवेश बंसल जी पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी से हैं और बड़े सहज और सरल हैं, जो कि हमारे लिए बड़ा अपना लाभदायी रहे हैं. और जीवेश बंसल जी के हमारे 2 लेक्चर रहे हैं. टाइम टू टाइम आरजीपीवी आपको एश्योर करता है कि सर आपको जो भी आपका एक्सपर्टाइज है, हम अपने मध्य प्रदेश में हमारे राजीव गांधी विश्वविद्यालय में आपकी सेवाएं और आपका लाभ लेते रहेंगे. धन्यवाद एंड तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं.
मैं भी बहुत आपका सर तहे, मैंने अभी भी कहा ये 2 वे प्रोसेस है. आपने मुझे चांस दिया इंटरेक्ट करने का अपने फेलो कोलीग से, और मैं भी बहुत धन्यवादी हूं आपका. और मैं जितने भी मेरे दोस्त हैं, हालांकि वर्चुअल मोड में है, मैं कईयों का नाम देख रहा हूं. अमित कुमार है, मनीष अमित है, मैंने उस दिन भी राजीव श्रीवास्तव, जितेंद्र मेरे को नजर आ रहा है, जितेंद्र शायद AHIR, एंड मेरे को कुछ नाम मेरे को अच्छा लगता है कि मतलब कि जैसे
तो इस प्रोग्राम की ब्यूटी है.
हम
प्रोग्राम की ब्यूटी
मैं आपसे बात करूंगा, हम और भी लोगों से कनेक्ट रहेंगे, हम डिस्कस करते रहेंगे.
हमारा ये प्रोग्राम की ब्यूटी ये रही है कि इसमें मोस्टली हमने जो प्रोग्राम स्टार्ट किया था, इट इज फॉर द AICT फंडेड प्रोग्राम एंड फॉर RGPV एंड MP, but not for the higher education and UGC. But
Yes,
due
sir.
to participant of UGC and higher education, that's why we involved the UGC and college librarians also, higher education librarians also. But nowadays, I think that 71 participants who those qualified during according to attendance, the almost all participants belongs to higher education and UGC, and AICTE and RGPV librarians are very less in the that qualify in the attendance. Okay, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Participants, you have one information is there. अभी जो हमारे राजीव गांधी विश्वविद्यालय या पार्टिसिपेंट जो STTP प्रोग्राम अटेंड कर रहे हैं, उसमें AICTE के कुछ नॉर्म्स थे कि 80% अटेंडेंस होना मस्ट बी कंपल्सरी, और जो आपके मोहित जी द्वारा जो आपको हर सेशन में फीडबैक लिंक भेजी जा रही थी, दैट इज द क्राइटेरिया ऑफ अटेंडेंस। और ये लिंक जो है AICTE के माध्यम से, RGPV के माध्यम से आप सभी के को जूम पर भेजी जा रही थी, जिसका की फीडबैक AICTE अपने पास स्टोर कर रहा था। और ये जो फीडबैक मेरे पास आया हुआ है AICTE का कि 71% participants qualify in the examination due to attendance। ये क्राइटेरिया राजीव गांधी या पर्टिकुलर इंडिविजुअल लाइब्रेरियंस या मोहित द्वारा या मेरे द्वारा नहीं की गई है, इट्स कंडक्टेड बाय द AICTE। और अभी जो एग्जाम्स भी कंडक्ट होगा वो भी AICTE कंडक्ट करेगा। आपके पर्सनल ईमेल एड्रेस पे आपको यहाँ से AICTE के माध्यम से आपके मेल पर क्वेश्चनर भेजा जाएगा, which is multiple choice questions is there. 50 questions होंगे, there is having a 50 questions, every question having a 2 marks, total number of paper is 100 marks। आपको जिसमें से 60% गेन करना कंपलसरी है। और ये जो आपका सर्टिफिकेशन है ये AICTE ही आपको सर्टिफाई कर रहा है, और इस सर्टिफिकेशन की वैल्यू बहुत ज्यादा है। इसीलिए इस में जो प्रोग्राम का भी एग्जाम्स का टाइमिंग है वो 1 to 3 PM है। तो 1 से लेके 3 आपका पेपर होगा, आपके ईमेल एड्रेस पे भेजा जाएगा लिंक, ये AICTE द्वारा भेजा जाएगा। अगर आपके ईमेल में कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स है, आपके ईमेल में कुछ अगर मोहित जी द्वारा या जो आपको यहाँ से फीडबैक लिंक भेजा जा रहा था, अगर आपके को नहीं पहुंच पा रहा था और आपके लिस्टेड नाम में है 71 में, तो आप अपना ईमेल एड्रेस अति शीघ्र के लिए करेक्ट करवा लें। और आप इसके लिए या तो आप व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में मैसेज डाल दें या फिर librarian@rgtu. मेरे मेल पर आप अपना कंसेंट भेजें, आप अपने करेक्ट ईमेल एड्रेस भेजें, या फिर मेरे को आप व्हाट्सएप भी कर सकते हैं। लेकिन यह है कि अगर आप अपीयर नहीं हो पाते एग्जाम में, इट मींस AICTE नॉट प्रोवाइडेड द सर्टिफिकेशन टू यू। और दूसरी बात, पार्टिसिपेंट्स हु दोस क्वालिफाई द एग्जामिनेशन, अगर जो 60% के ऊपर ले पाएंगे, सिर्फ UGC उन्हीं को सर्टिफिकेट प्रोवाइड करेगा। लास्ट ईयर भी हमारे कुछ पार्टिसिपेंट्स, टोटल आई थिंक सो 60 or 50 participants appear in the examination, but 2 or 3 candidates are not, participants are not possible pass out that exam, तो AICTE ने उनको सर्टिफिकेशन नहीं किया था। और इट्स ए पायलट प्रोजेक्ट ऑफ AICTE टू RGPV। अगर ये प्रोग्राम का फीडबैक सही जाता है, AICTE को जाता है, तो जितने भी IITs हैं, NITs हैं, उसमें भी AICTE शीघ्र अतिशीघ्र प्रोग्राम शुरू कर देगा STTP फॉर लाइब्रेरियंस। और ये STTP फॉर लाइब्रेरियंस है, ये सिर्फ RGPV में पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के तहत चलाया गया है। और अभी जो STTP फॉर फैकल्टीज है, ये सारे NITs, IITs और सारे यूनिवर्सिटीज में जो AICTE सेपरेट है, उनमें ये कोर्स रन हो रहा है। और ये नॉर्म्स जो हैं वही नॉर्म्स हैं जो कि STTP फॉर टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग है, वही नॉर्म्स AICTE STTP फॉर लाइब्रेरियंस भी फॉलो किए गए हैं। इसमें इंडिविजुअल आरजीपीवी या मेरा या मोहित जी का कहीं से भी कोई इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं है। जो भी आपकी अटेंडेंस शॉर्ट है या फुलफिल है, इट इज रेगुलेटरी बाय द AICTE। आपको जो भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स की लिस्ट मेरे पास 71 की भेजी गई है। आई एम ए डाकिया, आई एम ए पोस्टमैन, आपको मैंने कल व्हाट्सएप पे फॉरवर्ड की गई है। ड्यू टू अवेयरनेस, आप चूंकि 71 में हैं, आपको एग्जामिनेशंस की प्रिपरेशन करना है। आपका एग्जामिनेशन 1 PM to 3 PM होगा। अगर कोई क्वेरीज है तो आप librarian@rgtdu.net पर या फिर व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे या फिर इंडिविजुअल माय व्हाट्सएप पे आप हमारे को व्हाट्सएप कर सकते हैं। लेकिन आप चेक कर लीजिएगा कि आपका ईमेल एड्रेस सही हो। दूसरी बात कि अभी टोटल जो है हमारे को पोर्टल से, AICTE के पोर्टल से जो हमारे को जो STTP प्रोग्राम में ऑल इंडिया से जो पार्टिसिपेंट और प्लेयर हुए थे वो 305 थे। 305 में से टेक्निकली क्वालिफाइड जो AICTE लाइव ने फाइनलाइज किए, दैट्स 138 लाइब्रेरियंस हु दोस क्वालिफाइड फॉर दैट ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम। और रिव्यू लिस्ट इज that it means कि now filtered candidates are 71 who those appear in that examination. ओके, आप सभी को मेरी ओर से शुभकामनाएं, बधाइयां। और जो अगर एग्जामिनेशन क्लियर नहीं कर पाते हैं, ये आप माइंड में क्लियर कर लें कि इन लोगों का सर्टिफिकेशन AICTE नहीं करेगा, RGPV इनका सर्टिफिकेशन नहीं करेगा। उन्हें क्लियर कट STTP प्रोग्राम में आप जाएंगे, चाहे वो ऑल इंडिया का है, not for librarian, it's for faculty, teachers, and in the field of RGPV, in the field of librarian, the RGPV conduct that program only. तो कहीं से भी कोई सर्टिफिकेशन आपको नहीं होगा। इट मीन्स कि आपको एग्जामिनेशन क्लियर करना ही है और मिनिमम मार्क्स ऑफ 60% आपको क्लियर करना है। ओके, ऑल द बेस्ट, शुभकामनाएं आपको, बधाइयां। और आप बड़े शांत मन से, 1 घंटे काफी सफिशिएंट टाइम है और 50 क्वेश्चंस हैं। आप आराम से बैठ के आप वीडियो रिवाइज करके या फिर आप डिस्कस करके आप अपीयर हो सकते हैं। आपको सभी को बधाइयां एंड शुभकामनाएं। ओके, ऑल द बेस्ट एंड गुड विशेस टू फ्रॉम RGPV टू यू। ओके, ओवर टू मोहित। मोहित जी, अभी जो नेक्स्ट सेशन है, दैट सेशन कंडक्टेड बाय द TS कुंबर साहब। TS कुंबर साहब टेकन द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन डिस्कवरी citation index and overview. It's taken by the librarian TS Kumbar Saab. He is from IIT Gandhinagar. I will request to Mohit.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to find him in the audience. I can't find him.
Okay. I will contact with the that TS Kumbar Saab.
आइएगा as soon as he joins in. तब तक मैं participants को अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर करके उनका ईमेल एड्रेस चेक करवा लेता हूँ, जस्ट इन केस अगर कोई चाहे तो वो अभी यहीं पर बता देगा अगर कोई करेक्शन हो। ठीक है, नाइस। अगर आपके इसमें से जिनको भी ईमेल जा रहा था और प्रॉपर जिनको भी मिल रहा था, इट मींस कि देयर ईमेल एड्रेस इज राइट। अगर जिनको आपका मैसेज फीडबैक जी जिनको रिसीव हुआ है ईमेल वो भी मेरे पास है, मैं एक बार सबको फिर भी चेक करवा लेता हूँ ताकि कोई भी इसके अंदर डाउट ना रहे जी।
क्योंकि अगर
हेलो सर, आपका कनेक्शन कट गया है इट सीम्स। हेलो क्या पार्टिसिपेंट्स मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं? प्लीज कैन यू प्लीज कंफर्म वंस, एक बार चैट पे डाल दीजिए आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं जी। ओके, तो स्पेशली वो पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो क्वालिफाई किए हैं, मैं अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर कर रहा हूं। आप एक बार इस लिस्ट को देखिए। दिस इज द लिस्ट ऑफ क्वालिफाइड पार्टिसिपेंट्स जिनका यहाँ नाम दिया गया है और ये ईमेल एड्रेस है। मैं कोशिश करता हूँ स्क्रीन को जूम करने की, जस्ट से बढ़ा सकता हूँ क्या मैं साइज? हाँ, ये देख लेते हैं। चलिए, अगर किसी को भी अपना नाम, मैं बहुत धीरे धीरे स्क्रॉल करूंगा, अगर किसी को भी अपना नाम, ये नाम है यहाँ पे और ये ईमेल एड्रेस है, अगर ईमेल एड्रेस में कोई भी गलती है तो प्लीज पॉइंट आउट करिए। मैंने ईमेल आईडी से सॉर्ट कर रखा है। अभी जैसे डॉक्टर गौतम सोनी का आया था तो हमारे पास आपका ये ईमेल एड्रेस है और इस पर ईमेल गई है हमेशा। तो आप अपने स्पैम या प्रमोशन में एक बार चेक करिएगा, हमारे पास ये ईमेल आपकी ऑलरेडी एडेड है। एक पार्टिसिपेंट थे जिनकी हमारे पास गलत ईमेल थी, मैं उनका भी नाम अभी बताता हूँ, आप लोग एक बार चेक कर लीजिए अपना अपना। खुशबू जैन जी का भी ईमेल आया था कि मुझे ईमेल नहीं मिला। आपका ये ईमेल एड्रेस हमारे पास है और इस पर ईमेल गई है। अगर आप चाहेंगे तो मैं ईमेल डिलीवरी की रिपोर्ट भी निकाल दूंगा आपको भी। जी सर। सर किस नाम से है उनका? ठीक है, मैं चेक कर लेता हूँ, 2 मिनट दे दीजिए बस। डॉक्टर प्रसन्न, ये एक ईमेल था यहाँ पे, हाँ, प्रसन्ना दांगे, डॉक्टर प्रसन्ना दांगे, इनका हमारे पास ईमेल एड्रेस गलत था तो हमने ठीक कर दिया। प्रसन्ना दांगे 83@gmail.com है हमारे पास अब। हम इन्हीं ईमेल एड्रेसेस पर आपका AICTE का एग्जाम का लिंक सेंड करेंगे। आई होप सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स ने देख लिया होगा, अपना अपना ईमेल एड्रेस और अपना नाम एक बार क्रॉस चेक कर लिया होगा। So this was the list I wanted to share with you. अगर कोई भी आपको क्वेरी है तो आप एक बार चैट में डाल दीजिए। Now we will move on with the next session and we have Dr. Kumbar with us. I'm not able to find him by his name. Sir, if you are there and if you can hear me, please send me a message in chat because I can't locate you in the participants with your name. You might have joined with the device name. Okay. ITG. Yep. So please unmute your system and also start your video, possible.
Okay.
We can hear you. We can see you.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning, Sharmaji. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Crystal clear.
Okay. Good. Yeah. So, good morning, Dr. Chowksi. Okay. Should I share my presentation and start?
Sure, sir. We all are eager to.
Oh, okay. Good. Then let's start. We're already late by a few minutes. Yeah. Okay. So how do I go for my sharing? Maybe. Is my PPT visible? Or
Yes, sir. We can see.
okay.
You might want to disable participant annotations. Click on the more button next to share screen.
Next
In
to
the
share.
Zoom control, in the Zoom controls, after sharing screen, you have to share your screen first.
Okay. 1 minute. I'll go back. Sorry. I think I'm mixing up. Okay. And
Next
now.
to share screen button, you will see a more button with 3 dots.
Yes. And then disable annotations from participants annotation. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Then, okay. Is that clear now?
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Chowksi and Mr. Shamazi, for giving this opportunity once again. And it's always a pleasure to connect with our professional colleagues and share our thoughts and whatever little experience that we have with the topic that I'm going to deal with. Okay, so what I'm going to talk to you today is that about the next generation discovery citation indexes. This is basically, I'm going to give you a quick overview. Of course, I have a good number of slides, but nevertheless, you are going to get a glimpse of all of this. So you can sit back and relax and listen to what I'm going to say. And later on, there's a lot of things that you can explore. In fact, this is a topic on which you can run a couple of days workshop. Each new discovery tool itself is a comprehensive one to really explore what the kind of the content it covers and what technology it uses and what are the how the search interface works, how information can be retrieved and presented. So there's a lot to take away from this, but I'm not going to get into deeper this one, but I will just give you an overview and leave it at that stage. The reason why I have picked up this particular topic is one is to give you an overview and give you a what's happening, the landscape at one stage, so that we go beyond Google and Google Scholar and look at how the things are happening and how best we can use it. And the second thing is, many of us feel that, okay, we are coming from a small institution. We cannot spend money on Web of Science, Scopus, and many other such databases in order to do the literature survey and also see how the literature is cited and which are the best important resources which are highly cited. How do I identify impact factor? All of this we may have questions, but I think these developments at the end of this session probably you will come to know that there is much more to explore and study and see to what extent we can use these resources if we are actually not able to spend money on Web of Science and Scopus. For some of us, these are beyond our reach, but nevertheless, there are good number of resources that we can think of using. I'm not saying that they are completely substitute for these high quality resources, where a lot of effort is going in to intervene and check the quality and make these resources available at a cost. But then when you cannot spend, you don't have enough money to spend on such resources, there are other alternatives we can explore and see to what extent they can serve our purposes. So with that note, I would like to start, and I would also want to state that I'm not an expert in this area, but like you all, I'm a librarian. I keep exploring and start using some of these resources to deliver the services to our own users. So that is how I have plunged into this area and explored quite a bit, and I'm going to share a little bit what I have understood, but I may not be deeply involved or understood everything about this topic, but nevertheless, I think you'll find. So kindly bear with me. I have quite a few slides, but if I just roll quickly, please bear with me. Okay, what I'm going to cover is this. I will just, to put my talk into context, I would like to begin with the library discovery indexes. They are nothing but library catalogs. And the resource discoveries indexes, that is basically the databases that we use, bibliographical databases. Then I will briefly talk about web scale resource discovery indexes. There are 4 to 5 which are proprietary web scale resource discovery indexes that are in the market. And then I will talk about open web scale resource discovery. What's happening there? Why did they come into picture and how we can use them? Then I will also talk about open resource discovery services, something similar to resource discovery indexes, but they are open. So this part I will quickly run through, and then I'll spend more time on the last two segments, particularly the last one, open bibliographic and citation indexes. And the bibliographic and citation discovery indexes, you all know, this is mostly referring to the Web of Science and Scopus databases, which are bibliographic as well as citation discovery indexes. So this is what I want to quickly cover in an hour or so. Okay, kindly bear with me. Okay, so we are all familiar with our library discovery indexes. They are nothing but library catalog. Discovery here is a tool which enables us to discover, locate something, and index is nothing but a catalog, alternatively a listing. So this is a very simple to begin with. This is an online library catalog we are all familiar with, and we know what it offers, what are its limitations. But the online catalog is only representing the holdings of the one particular library. Then you have another catalog, which is this is an example of a union catalog, which is created for a set of university libraries in a state of California. There are 11 campuses of the University of California in US. They have a very robust libraries, and they have created a union catalog, which is as old as the WorldCat. So this represents once again the holdings of the libraries, respective libraries, 11 libraries, and this serves as a one interface to search and see what is the collection that is available in a specific library. And then we have a trove. This, I'm sure many of you must have come across with this or extensively using this online catalog. And this is a catalog which represents the collection of resources held by different libraries within Australia. So be it a national library, be it a public libraries, or be it a college or university libraries. This serves as a one catalog for the entire nation. It covers a maximum number of libraries. And this is the best example that we have today when we want to talk about a union catalog. Then this is something that I think you're all familiar, a WorldCat. This is created by OCLC. This is the largest library catalog in the world. It has it represents the collection of almost 10,000 libraries all over the country, and it has a number of features that one can look at it, and people do use. Often we use it for our collection development purpose. You can see on the screen here, library, see 100 top novels. The one can look at it and see whether we can add such novels to our collection. And then you can also build a bibliography, hundreds of different services this offers. So this serves as a major discovery tool as far as library holdings are concerned. So then coming back to our own country, and we have a IndCat, which is created by InflibNet. And I think many of your institutions may be part of this one, but largely the university libraries who are contributing to these union databases. All of these, catalogs are accessible freely and online anytime. So there are no restrictions in accessing the holdings of the library as far as the metadata and up to the annotations are concerned. So these are some examples with regard to the library discovery tools. Now let's move on to the next one, that is resource discovery indexes. When we say resource discovery indexes, we are referring basically to the abstracting and indexing databases that many of our libraries have access to or subscribe to. So you have a best example, that is JGate, which is created by a company in India, and which is supposed to be the largest bibliographical database. It indexes both subscribed and open source articles, and it serves as a one-point access to most of the articles up to the metadata level abstract. Then you have when it comes to the subject specific, you have a MathSciNet. You must have heard or you must have explored. This is by American Mathematical Society, and this is once again a bibliographical database with a lot of reviews covered in. This is a useful tool. A database for the libraries, especially who are dealing with mathematics research. Then we have an Inspect database. Those of you who are in the engineering area, probably you must have heard. This is one important database that is created by Institution of Engineering and Technology. This used to be known as IEEE. This is the best bibliographical database that ever you come across next to the SciFinder. This is one. And another example is Compendex, which is engineering index, otherwise called as engineering index. This is currently available on the platform of Elsevier because it's now Elsevier product. So platform is called Engineering Village, on which this is hosted. This is one of the bibliographical databases. So having covered library discovery and resource discovery databases, I'm just going to quickly touch upon web scale discovery tools. Okay, we had the tools to search in the library holdings. We also have the tools to discover the literature published in a specific domain, targeting to the scholarly content. But then libraries are having access to more than just the books and journals. They have created repositories, they have created digital collections, they also subscribe to a good number of electronic resources, they also want to access scholarly resources which are on the web. How does one access using as a one-point access? So in order to address that challenge, these are some of the tools that have come up. This is EBSCO came up with the discovery services, which can integrate most of these resources, library subscribed, open resources, and also other repository and other resources. Whatever that we want to integrate, and they integrate. This is a commercial software. This is the first one to come. And the next discovery tool that came up is the Summon. They are more or less around the same time they came up. And this is owned by the ProQuest company. And then the another one, a new one, is Primo. This is once again a commercial discovery tool. This is currently owned by ProQuest. It was a product of the Ex Libris. Ex Libris became a part of ProQuest. And then OCLC, a non-profit making organization, also came up with its own discovery tool. So these discovery tools go beyond retrieving the resources that are held in the library. So it's not just the printed catalog. It is, as I said, any resource that our libraries have created in a digital format, and you want to give only one point access to end user instead of they're searching, going around and searching in each resource. So they can use like a Google interface. So they have the interface, and it also has a number of advantages. These discovery services creates their own index, and they are quick in responding. They deduplicate the resources if there is any overlap and all that, and they present you the results in a way that one wants to see. So this is an interesting development that has happened, and many libraries in India have gone in for one or the other discovery tools. And primarily, I think it is the EBSCOs and ProQuest Summon. These are available in India, but rest other two are widely used outside India. Somehow, for whatever reasons, they have not gotten to India. So this is one development that has happened, and which is really helping the end user to retrieve the information that they want. And then since the libraries are not able to spend that huge money on subscribing to web scale discovery tools, there have been some efforts to create software tools or interfaces which imitate or more or less work as a close to these discovery tools that we talked about, commercial one. So there have been efforts. This is WhoFind is one, Blacklight is another one, and Extensible Catalog and Franklin. These are the four projects that were initiated simultaneously when this web scale discovery tools came up on a commercial platform. So many libraries are using the first two, WhoFind and Blacklight, and of course one need to have a expertise to customize these and integrate the resources that we want. Only thing is some of these discovery interfaces do not support the centralized index. They are not capable of creating a comprehensive centralized index, whereas the other commercial one, 4 that I mentioned, have those capabilities. But then these serve as a via media for libraries like ours who do not want to spend more money or who do not have more money. One can, if we have a technological expertise, so these can be implemented. And I think quite a few libraries in India also have used WhoFind. Blacklight, I'm not sure any library is using in India, and other two, I also have no details in terms of whether they are really lively available or are used by any of the libraries in India. And now moving on to another set of categories, the open web resource discovery indexes. There is a lot of literature that is available in open domain, which is a scholarly. So how do we access this particular literature? So in order to address that problem, we have two major resource, search engines. One is called Base, which goes to almost about 8,000 repositories all over the world and fetches the information, and also enable you to search at one go the information in 8,000 open repositories. And the same way, Core is another aggregator which looks around the web and picks up the resources that are made available on the web, not necessarily repositories, but in addition to that, all the open open access journals, and also open access data sets and many other resources which are of a scholarly nature. And these two serve as a gateway for locating the information which is available in the open domain, but they are not citation databases. They are only picking up the bibliographical information, but of course they have many other features. So similar to that, there is a Meta org. So this is focusing in the area of biomedical. Then, of course, Crossref is something that we all know, the agency which assigns the DOI. So because they assign DOI for each article, they maintain their own database. Some of us who cannot spend more money on bibliographical databases, we can always use Crossref as a bibliographical database to do our literature survey, and literature review. So these are quite important resources. We cannot say that we don't have a bibliographical databases available as a part of our subscription. So therefore, we cannot really support literature survey. No. So there are quite a few such important resources that are available. And then moving on to now bibliographic and citation discovery indexes. I'm sure you're all familiar with these two databases. They have been around for quite some time. They have their own long history as to how they came in. You have a Eugen Garfield, who created the citation index. Then he came up with Science Citation Index and a couple of other citation indexes. Then all this moved to the digital world, and now it has been taken over by another company, Clarivate. So it has transformed this entire platform. So this is one of the high quality databases that has been around for a long time. And then the other competitor came, Scopus from the Elsevier, came in 2004. So these two are distinct as compared to the other databases, because they not only provide you bibliographical information, but also they provide you the information relating to the citation, who has cited how many times and in which journal, and then other metrics they support. This is a typical interface of the Web of Science that you all may be familiar with. And then this is a timeline with regard to how the Web of Science has evolved over a period of time. And this has become a kind of an important resource. And so many libraries use in the country, and National Consortium also supports the subscription of this particular database. And because they have a rigorous quality check in place, it's only about 13,000, if I remember correctly, only they index articles published in 13,000 journals. Plus also they have, in addition to the journals, conference papers. So the recently, and around 2015 or so, they started indexing emerging sources. That's a new journals, which are not really of a high impact one, but they are important ones. And and around this platform, they have built a number of analytical tools. So one of the tools is called Insights, which is subscribed by a couple of libraries in India in order to analyze the entire range of data. So similar to this is a Scopus. This, in terms of the coverage, is much wider than Web of Science. This covers almost about 26,000 journals, and also good number of conference proceedings. So both open access as well as the subscribed content are indexed in this, and this also covers good number of Indian journals as well. So this has been really a competitor, and it has its own set of metrics devised and implemented as part of this platform. So these two serve as a bibliographical database and also citation indexing. Now, because these two databases cost money, and not many libraries in India are able to subscribe to these databases. So, of course, there are many other developments now. Those of us who are not in a position to subscribe to these two databases, we can look at some of the developments that are taking place. And fortunately, a lot of new developments have happened as far as the information technology is concerned. This whole development in the technology has accelerated the whole process of collecting the information, organizing, and retrieving. So today we have more than one option to access, and particularly web crawling technologies and harvesting metadata and filtering that information just to see the relevant information on the top. These new citation indexes have emerged. And basically, these new indexes are harvesting the developments that are happening in this particular area, whether it is natural processing, language processing, or machine learning, semantic technologies, blockchain, and many other technologies. These are huge topics within themselves, and I'm not going to talk about it, but let's understand that these people are trying to use all these newer developments and trying to implement in the area of scholarly information. And that is how these new citation indexes have emerged. And in a way, when you closely look at that, this whole development, you feel that, many of the institutions or individuals, a group of individuals are using scholarly information as a test bed to implement many of these technologies. And that is how many of these databases have or indexes have emerged. So let's look at one by one. And we also have to look at why more than one, why so many, 8, 10 of them have come up now within the last 3 to 4 years. Maybe when you look at the developments, it goes back to not beyond 2015, except the Google Scholar. So many of them have come in last 5 years itself, because there is a lot of development that is happening in this area, so research happening in this area. They are all trying to test these technologies in the scholarly information area. And my own guess is that publishers and also the mostly publishers in the scholarly communication area are trying to expose their content so that there are more users are drawn into accessing the content, and that's where the usage increases, so they can always get the revenue out of the whole thing. So that's where these indexes have come in. And let's look at each one of them and what they have to offer. And I'm not sure you are all familiar with all of these, or maybe you are familiar, but nevertheless, I'll just run through some of these ones. And Google Scholar is the earliest one to come. So way back in 2005 itself, this has come, and many of us have been using. Many libraries have adopted this as a kind of a single user interface next to our discovery tools and all that. Then we have quite many. Dimensions is one, Microsoft Academic, Semantic Scholar, the Lens, Synapse, Scilit, and so on and so forth. And also there is a lot of development that is happening as far as the open citation is concerned, because I think it has so far till 2015 or so, it was a monopoly of basically Web of Science and Scopus, but that monopoly was broken by Google Scholar, and later on, and so many developments have taken place, and many of these other tools have come up, right? So in a way, it is very fascinating to explore this area as to how it is growing. So this is what I'll quickly be covering. Now, there are some hybrid one, because each one of them depend on other databases. They harvest the data from more than one of these existing sources. They are not going to go beyond this. And one thing that we have to keep in back of our mind while we are discussing this topic, that most of these search or indexes that I'm presenting here are mostly scholarly. They are not going beyond the high quality resources. So largely, let's say 90 to 95% is probably they cover only scholarly content. And that is where some of them are going back, and they have tied up with one or the other major databases, and they are picking up the data from those major sources and trying and presenting the same content in a different way. Okay, and you are all familiar with the Google Scholar. It was the first search engine to come for providing the scholarly search engine. It covers, cuts across the discipline, and it is much faster in indexing. If you look at the kind of the article indexing that happens, it is much faster than the other two major ones like Web of Science and Scopus. They also try and speed up the process, but then there is an intervention to a great extent, human intervention to check the quality, but that is not happening as far as Google Scholar is concerned. So this is a kind of a largest open index that is available. It's not just the indexing and giving you the details about the articles that are indexed, but also it gives you the citations, number of times article is cited. And additionally, it also provides you a number of other services. You can create the individual profile to see how many times your articles have been indexed, cited, and who has cited, and all that. You can also create alert services. It provides so many other metrics, and it also ranks the resources based on how many times they have been cited. And they are also offering additional services to the libraries. During this pandemic, they offered a service called CASA. So many libraries used that option as well. So in a way, this has become a kind of, like a Google. So when it comes to the searching scholarly content, most of us go to Google Scholar, and even our end users prefer to use Google Scholar. So now we have to go beyond Google and Google Scholar, Web of Science and Scopus, and see how other tools match up and to what extent they match up, and so whether they can be considered as a substitute, or still we need to depend on Scopus and Web of Science. So I'm sure that you are all familiar with this whole thing, and I think these are the areas that we need to explore and see what this particular tool offers. And it's good always to set up an alert and keep receiving the alerts on a daily basis on the topics of interest. And yeah, much more can be done using this tool, and it's just the creativity and patience to explore this kind of sources. And just to give you an idea as to what is the coverage, this is not covering all the indexes, but just few. What you can see these figures. So this is adapted from one of the articles, and you can see the number of articles here and the number of articles indexed by Google Scholar and other sources. So this itself will indicate as to which one you should be using. Of course, each tool has its own advantages and disadvantages. I think we'll not touch upon that one, but I think it needs much more exploration. Now, I will move on to the next, citation index, which is a kind of open, and it is now a major competitor for Web of Science and Scopus. I'm once again repeating, these may not be a substitute, but each one of us have to explore more and see what extra options or features this resources offer. So Dimension is one such database that has come up. It's introduced by Digital Science, which is a big platform for us to explore. They are offering, I think, 6 to 7 important resources. Of course, all of them are, one or the other way price-based, but I think nevertheless, I would urge our librarian friends to go to the Digital Science platform and see what are the newer tools that they are offering to help our scholars, whether it is citation management softwares, or whether it is research information management platforms, many other, at least 7, 8, even Altmetrics is a part of this whole thing. So now this is called as a linked research information system, and it is easier to access, and it provides the most relevant information, and it picks up the information, analyzes it, and presents the output, and also gives so when you see the results, it gives you the insights into the the resources that are published and cited and all that. So overall, when you search this database, you can get a broad perspective of what's happening in the different areas, and they cover pretty much everything that the other databases cover. But in addition to that, they are going ahead and covering clinical trials, policy documents, data sets, and quite many other resources which are not covered by 2 other major resources. That's Web of Science and Scopus. And how does this database or index picks up the data? This is going around and picking up the data from many of these resources. Crossref is one major resource. PubMed, DOAJ, open citation data, clinical trials, patent offices, and all that. And it has also tied up with a good number of publishers. And most interesting thing is up to a particular level, one can use this database without spending money. This is a kind of open, and since from the beginning, they have made it open. And but there are quite a few services which are kind of prime services they call, and they are charging. But then for people like you and me or end user, this is open and one can explore and use to a great extent this database. And this, in addition to providing bibliographical information, it also provides the citations. So these are the resources. This is a platform, the landing page of the Dimensions website. As I mentioned, it goes beyond basically covering the publications. It has a grants information. It has a data sets. Of course, grants information is also covered by Web of Science and Scopus. It's going to online mentions, which is not covered by those two databases. It's basically altmetrics and clinical trials, patents, and policy documents, and many more resources that it is indexing. Now, when you look at this is, you can just look at the amount of information this database is covering. It shows here, overall publications, data sets, grants information, patents information, clinical trials, and policy documents, and it is giving you the year-wise information. I've not done any search, but it is just the moment you go to the search interface, it is giving you the data. And it also is grouping the references into subject-wise, and then it's giving you the growth of literature year after year. And also one can see the highly cited author here, and then you can see the altmetric mention of this particular article, and also whether it is open access, and you can download and add it to your own collection in the sense reference management software and all that. So it offers a number of other features. I am not able to go online and search. And when I search, IIT Gandhinagar, just with simple search, I'm able to pick up these documents. In fact, this number is much higher than the other two databases. It's competitors. So I'm able to see this many for our own institution. I can see year-wise how the growth of articles are going, and how many citations these articles have accrued, and what is the mean and subject-wise, number of articles, and also who is the author who has got the highest number of articles published. So all of these details I'm able to see and decipher and communicate to my own institute. And these are articles, these are patents, and then we have one clinical trial, and policy documents are 8. So this is a glimpse of what I get to see as far as my own institute is concerned. And then, now let's move to the next one, which is called as a Microsoft Academic. This has been around now almost 5-6 years. This is another knowledge discovery platform or index, whatever you may call. And it uses the most modern technologies. And it's not just limited to searching only publication, it just goes beyond. And it has many interesting capabilities compared to other databases. It has undergone a lot of changes, as I have been saying it for the last 5-6 years, and it is indexing almost 220 million publications. When I mention these numbers, please do not take them as absolute numbers, because every minute these platforms are indexing the articles. So this number changes. So out of the 220 million publications and 88 million journal articles are accessible. So you can imagine that you don't have to look for any resources for doing a bibliographical survey or literature survey or literature review. And of course, it presents the data or results in a different way. So like many other databases. So you can just the number of, look at the number of, this is basically a landing page of this search interface, Microsoft Academic, and you can see the number of resources covered there. And it's quite huge. What more one need? So we will have to see how stable are these, how long they remain, how they sustain this activity. But right now they are available. I think we should explore and use it. That's what we have been doing it. So now going to the next page, what I did was, once again, like a layman, I did a search for Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar, and I come up with a good number of articles. 2,378 articles are picked up, which have an affiliation of IIT Gandhinagar. Now I see my institution profile this side, and I also see how many authors are there for this particular article. This is a collaborative work, one of the major projects that's happening, and it also gives the information how many people have viewed it, and it also offers to share, download that reference, and many other features are given here. And also, yeah, I can sort these references, searches, and also this particular article has been cited so many times. And then when I go to one particular article, and it is pulling out all the names of the authors plus 450, it is showing, it is giving me the abstract, and it's also giving me, there are a number of references, number of citations. So I picked up one particular article on the area of gravitational waves. I did a search on gravitational waves because one of our faculty is a part of that larger international collaborative project. So this is something that the other databases present. So we have here these indexes which are presenting similar kind of details for us. Now let's move on to the another one. This is called a semantic scholar, and this also came around the same time, 2015. And it is a discovery tool, and it uses many of these new technologies. In addition to that, it also uses the machine vision, which means it also can locate the graphs, charts, maps, any of those which are kind of images within the article. One can do searches. So rest of the other seems to be fine, but in addition to that, it also goes to GitHub repositories and picks up the information about the software tools as such. It covers almost 200 million documents, and so in a way, it is slightly different from other indexes that I've shown. And this is the typical interface. You can see the number of articles it has indexed. So when it says the field of science, it's not necessarily limiting it to science per se. You can also use it for social science and humanities. Maybe coverage is slightly less compared to the other databases. So each one, as I said, have a certain interesting features. They have deployed and testing different technologies, and also covering the content from different sources. So in a way, they vary from the other one. And see, when I once again search on the gravitational waves, I'm able to see these results here. Number of publication, it has its own ranking mechanism. It has picked up 30,100 results, and it also shows me here the detail. In addition to bibliographical details, it is also showing me probably these are citations, and the PDF is available. View on PubMed, full text, and you can save this, and you can set the alert, and you can do many other things. So it's giving the name of the resources from where it has picked up. So now let's move on to the next, this one. When I go to a particular article, you just see the interesting thing here. In addition to presenting the bibliographical information and also link to the original source, it is giving me how many citations this paper has got. And look at how is it grouping once again here, highly influential citations, which means most influential or most relevant citations among the citations, 1,292 citations. It has, ranked them also and grouped them here. This is something interesting to look at it, especially people who are working in the gravitational area, maybe a specific areas. This would be a kind of a useful tool. So it's also actually down below it picks up all the charts, graphs, whatever other illustrations are there within the paper. It presents here along with this abstract. So so it's a much more value addition it provides. This particular index provides. Now, when I search by one particular author, this is author from IIT Gandhinagar, I can see how many of his articles are indexed by Semantic Scholar. And I can see the H index for this particular author, and I can see the number of articles. I can see the most influential citations, which are kind of important citations. Then it's also giving the recommendations here, and you can also see other details that are given. Um, along with the articles. So this is an extra information I'm able to get here, right? Which the Web of Science and Scopus also provides this information. So now, that's about the Semantic Scholar. And here is another interesting platform which focuses on patent databases. These developments are really not giving any room for us as librarians to complain that we do not have enough resources to discover current literature. So there are options to explore. So this one focuses on patents literature, and it, in addition to patent information, it also looks at the scholarly works, and it is giving, citations, patent sequencing. I mean, when you get into the biological area, sequencing of the information is important. So they are that extra feature is provided here, and it covers the information from various other sources, and then it has a 200 plus million number of records extracted and indexed, and it uses many of these sources, and you can see ORCID core and Crossref, and many of these are used. And they claim that they are providing citation graph as well, like the other resources. And let's look at how this site looks like. So this is a landing page of lens.org. You can see the number of scholarly works here, number of patents here, and of course, when you click here, it enables you to search and filter the resources by type of documents, and also the. So you can see, in addition to patent and scholarly work, it also has biological sequences and provides links to number of resources. So it's a quite comprehensive database, but with a focus on patents. Now, so when I go to specific records, once again, when I do a search with Indian Institute of Technology, what it does is it's picking up 2,362 documents, with the name IIT, and it is also giving the institution names here. So which means that some of our articles from this out of 2,362 are probably they are collaborative articles with the different institutions around the world. And look at the amount of information this particular database is retrieving and presenting. Okay, so this is quite interesting to look at it and see, and also it's also giving a chart and graphs here to further analyze. And most of these databases have all those features which other commercial databases have started providing long back. And you can also immediately share, this is interesting feature, and save the query, expand it, and export these ones. when I go to particular article level, once again, I get an information as to how many citations are there, references count it is giving me. And then you can see for the details. And interesting thing is, you just see this is based on the project. We got this authors got a project, and this is the project that they worked on. And based on this project research work, they have published this paper. And then this project number and all that is given. And also they're giving the details about the journal in which this article has appeared, and also the repository where first this article was posted initially before getting it published in a journal. Now that's the kind of information that these indexing databases are retrieving and presenting. And here is one more, Synapse. So they're all coming with very interesting names, and each one has got some kind of a meaning. So this is once again academic search engine, and they say blockchain technologies. I'm not sure what it means. I think we should explore more how this kind of technology helps in organizing the scholarly content. And it is heavily depending on these major sources, as I was saying in the beginning. And none of these sources are going beyond the scholarly domain. They're not picking up like a Google everything and everything, anything that is indexed. So they are filtering. So it also has a different matrices, and it's when you look at these numbers presented here, more or less, most of these databases are somewhere closer to 200 millions, and somewhere closer to 45 to 50,000 journals. Okay, this is the search interface for a Synapse, and it is showing how many number of papers are indexed, and once again, and the number of people who have registered to use, and number of journals here. Okay, and so look at what additional feature this particular software provides us. So this is providing, in addition to bibliographical information, when I search for IIT Gandhinagar, it is giving me the impact factor of a journal. It is giving me the H index of a particular author, right here itself. So in a way, this is a slightly different from other indexes. And now when I go to particular article, once again, it is repeating that impact factor. So of the journal, and it is not giving me the citations here. Okay, but this is how it, when you go to article level, it picks up. And if you want to view the paper, this is, it's available here. And when you click on the site, basically it gives you how you can cite this a particular article. So it also adhere to certain formats, and the sources from which this article is taken, whether database or particular journal, and it's also, and many other features are available as like other databases. So we have one more interesting citation database. Of course, most of these are multidisciplinary. It's not that this is only the multidisciplinary. This is also academic search and discovery database. It is, they claim it is a comprehensive in terms of subjects covered, and covers mostly free resources. So their focus is more on free resources, and it is using Crossref and PubMed as a major source for pulling out the information. And so this publisher claims that their search interface is most powerful. Everyone claims that, okay, and it also ranks the content, and also it is covering 9,000 plus sources to index or to collect the information. Now, so this is basically an interface to do the searches. This is a very typical. It says the title, author, and search fields. Okay, and it has a number of articles indexed, and also number of articles freely available, and actually number of articles newly added number also they are giving. And you can also see here, this is one of the major open access publisher, which is recently taken over by Wiley. And so my guess is that most of these search engines are kind of funded, and they are one way or the other testing, trying to promote their own content, right? So in a way, they are research projects, but also, trying to see different ways of pushing the content to the researcher. Okay, so now what extra features this particular platform offers? I searched by one of our authors, faculty member Uttama Lahari, and I get to see all of these details. And she has 87 articles. Um, uh, and then she has not published 87 articles. Probably this is also showing the presentations and everything it is picking up. So going beyond published articles. And in addition to providing all of these details here, and it's also linking to these ones. If you want to see Uttama Lahari's profile, and you can click on Google Scholar and it takes you to the Google Scholar, and also takes the publisher website. And if you want to see full text, you can see that. And it is saying that we are not authorized to present you the abstracts of this paper. So it's just giving only this information. And of course, the references, citations, all of this is quite a common thing that each databases are presenting. That's why we call them as bibliographic and citation indexes. So what more it provides, it is, it's giving a further link to these details here. And then I think you can also, I searched by Uttama Lahari, how many of her articles are openly accessible. I clicked on open access, then I see 19 of her articles are open access. I can just click on these sites and links and go to the full text and see. Okay, so this is one thing. And of course, one can do a search here and restrict it to preprints or open access or full text available, or restrict any of these, using these parameters and do a search, and you'll get. But since I searched with our own faculty, and I just wanted to see open access, option, how does this work? Now, moving on to another one, and quite many, indexes to remember, right? So as I said in the beginning, we have quite a bit of an option to look around and explore, right? It's interesting for us to explore these. So this is a platform for discovering and evaluating scientific articles. And this, selling, this one is proposition is smart citations. So, and also it says the retraction status. A lot of articles are retracted every day for one or the other reasons. Retraction is nothing but, withdraw from the publication, either by publisher, by author itself, because something that they have published is not correct. There are controversies. Information is inaccurate. So on a daily basis, good number of articles are retracted. Whether any of these citation databases do indicate. So this one site is claiming that, so they provide the smart citation and retract this retraction status. And as you see, once again, indexing 200 million articles, and focus is on biomedical research literature. Okay, so these many articles here, and we can see, when you see this particular details here, this is an article, this is abstract, and author name is given, and you can see here citation types. This is what they mean as a smart citation. How many other citations are supporting this particular article, what author has said, how many are just citing, and how many are saying, disputing or arguing that what this author has said is correct or not correct, kind of thing. So how do they find out? Well, they must be using some technology to identify. And this is a one example here. See, for example, here in agreement with the previous work, when we do a literature survey and when we write a literature review part, so we always, analyze the literature that we pick up, relevant literature, and we say what what article is relevant, what we picked up from each article and all that. So, I think this index deploys a technology which is reading into all of this and then coming up with supporting, disputing, or agreeing, whatever it is. So this is once again an interesting thing to look at. Then we have another one. This is once again supported by a commercial publisher. This is basically Elsewhere's supported platform, as I understand from the information that is available. So they claim it is as a comprehensive abstracting indexing analytics system, and it covers these ones. And basically, its focus is on green and gold open access articles. And then it's harvested by OneScience. OneScience is a major platform. If you're not familiar, if you're not explored, I think it's time to spend some time and look at what's happening here. And it picks up the data from some of these sources. And also, since Elsewhere owns the Plum metrics, they are deploying this particular one and trying to present the altmetrics mentions. And it has almost about 150 million peer-reviewed journal articles, besides 27 green and gold open articles. So so this is the interface that one can search and see. And I believe if you are going for an institutional edition of this particular platform, it has some subscription. I don't see the details, but I think you can explore more on this one. It's not completely kind of a free. And so each, as I mentioned in the beginning, each platform, each index has its own set objective and set goals, set technologies that you wants to experiment with. So some of those details are not available to us, but as a librarians, we just go to the platform and see what is available and we start picking up. So when I just did a free search, it picked up just few articles from Indian Institute of Technology. It is highlighting some names there. And then you can see the full text of the articles. It goes up to the abstract level, and it's a full text is available, and preprint is available in this place. It is a green OA article. So all that mention is there. Then you also see, when I search by the author, it picks up 72 articles, and it is dividing into some of these groupings, her writings, and citations. Probably this is indicating the citation. And how many readers have read this article, downloaded, social media interactions, that's Plum metrics, and number of citations. So all those details are being provided here. And this is a OneScience platform that I was talking about. And this is not exactly a index platform, but it is an initiative by a publisher, and which is supporting OneFinder. Then you have another, probably this is the last one that I'm presenting, or maybe the last but one, a Naver Academic. So this is another interesting indexing platform. They claim it is academic, it covers academic literature and multidisciplinary, and puts a weightage on citation counts and recency, and first results are highly cited and most recent. That I think everybody does it. And so it provides the impact factor calculator that checks from the SCI, Scopus, and KCI is a Korean citation index. It's basically Korean supported index. And so it is once again picking up more or less the same number of documents which other indexing platforms are covering. So it claims that 35% of this collection is free. Now, just see here, number of documents, number of references, and journals it indexes. So this is an interface to do the search, and you can also see the disciplines at the bottom. What are all disciplines that are covered, and it is also providing the categories here. And it is you can create your own kind of account and try to manage the resources that you search. And when I click on a journal, one particular journal, and I can see basically the details. Cell is an important journal. It's published by Elsevier, and this has a totally published number of these many articles. When someone wants to compare one journal with another journal, when you want to publish an article in a journal, when your faculty wants to publish an article in a journal, and this platform will provide some hints. So how many articles are published, how many citations it has, and how many self-cited articles out of these ones. Then it is also giving the ISSN numbers, and it is indexed in these sources. And then these citations are from which of those journals? Okay, so this is an interesting information, and plus it also gives a good number of listing of citations and all that references. Now look at here once again another journal name, and so total number of articles, and you can divide by these references by type of materials, and it is side by side. It is also providing resources, but of course this may not be directly related to language acquisition. So maybe it is indexed in some of these ones. Then one can look at the research trends. So in engineering area, which are the areas that is, more articles are published. You can just see the areas here and click on this, and it gives you the documents and the journals and cited documents, and also what is the trend, and within this area, once again, one can pick up specific topics and see the trend. Upward, downward, whatever it is. So this is once again for the engineering, and most of these platforms help you to analyze the data. Like you can see here, similar way, and others have tools. One can explore those ones. And this is the last one, Science Open. I think I'm overshooting the time. So just give me a couple of more minutes. And so this is another platform. So it says that this gives the traceable genealogy of each article by linking the citation, peer review, social interaction, and context, and other things. So one need to explore. I didn't really go into the details, but it also gives a 5-point rating, which other indexing tools did not mention about, and it picks up over 38 million articles from various these known sources. So they are not really going beyond certain set of scholarly resources, established scholarly platforms. So this is an interface to this Science Open. And then, you can see here, I just picked up, when you do a search, you can see the details of each article here. It is also presenting the abstract. It is showing the altmetrics count. Then it also has a rating, and probably this is a citation, right? Then you see many of these options that are available here, and the record, abstract, and article 31 results. So I did search for, once again, this author, Uttama Lari. It has picked up 31 articles, and these are journal articles, these are conference proceedings, this is a chapter, and narrowed by the publisher, where all she has published, narrowed by the journal names. So one can look at all of this. And then you can also see here all of these platforms highlighted here, right? So views, references, cited by, reviews, and comments, recommends, and all of this. So as I said, each platform is offering one or the other features which are not common with other databases. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Just to conclude, web-based technologies have accelerated and widened the access to scholarly resources. We are not limited to one or two proprietary databases, whether just bibliographic or bibliographic and citation. And so emerging technologies have helped to locate pertinent information. And now, as I said, more than one option is available before us if we are not willing to spend money, or if we do not want, have enough money to spend on commercial databases. So open discovery tools are many and competing each other. So as you see, each one of them, 8 to 10 that I presented, are competing with each other by producing, providing a certain value-added services. So literature search and review has become much more easy. So we cannot say that we do not subscribe to any database, so we can't help. So we have the options. So it is on us how we explore each one of these tools and help our community, user community. So, and also interestingly, and so some of us who are interested to explore more and conduct a different kind of research, we can use these platforms. We just don't know how long these will be available. Some of these may sustain and remain forever. Some of these may disappear because, in my opinion, these are largely experimental. Okay, and so, but as I said, what is driving all this development? Why suddenly in 5 years, 10 to 12 different bibliography and citation indexes have come up? So we need to look at and dig deep and see and understand this development. And yeah. So this particular presentation largely adopted from this particular article that appeared in a blog. This is an important blog. If some of you are not tracking, it's good to track. So it gives me an insight into explore more and more. And so by talking to you, and I have been able to benefit myself much more than many of you. Because we started using these databases for our own, extending our own services. Okay, so well, that is it from my side, and thank you so much. It's kind of a fast-forward talk, so I had so much to cover, so many slides to share with you, and so that's it. Yeah, thank you, Sharmaji, and yeah, thank you, Dr. Shakti. Thank you all. And if there are any questions, I would be happy to take up and respond. As I said, I am not an expert in this area like you all, a librarian exploring the content and trying to see how I can use to extend my services. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Kumar sir, for this very useful talk for everybody. And because this one is the last session of our all 6 days program, so I'm pretty sure that this all the sessions and especially this one will be really helpful for all the participants. We have one query from Supriya Bajelwar. Faculty in engineering colleges interested in getting full text only. They never use indexing or abstracting databases. How to emphasize use of these databases also as far as research is concerned?
Okay, so they can use any of these platforms and do a search on the topic that they want. And if the article is freely available, it pops up and shows that it's a open access article. But if they want to have access to an article which is within the paywall, so maybe they will have to check with their library, and the library will arrange to get those articles from different sources. Okay. So to that extent, these platforms help us. So basically, you have a topic, you do a search, and these platforms present you the most pertinent articles that are published on that topic, and they sort it out and present. And also, one can see how many times a particular article is cited, in which journal is coming, what is the impact factor, or all that counts. One can look at it and see which one wants to refer to. And next level is whether it's open access or it, one need to pay and provide. So these are not the platform to, give access to all full text journals, right? Hope this is, this answers the query.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for your answer. And we don't have any other answer, but I really want to thank you on behalf of AICTE and RGPV University for your valuable time and for giving us this session. It will be really helpful for all our participants and the librarians. And thank you so much for your concern. And till then, participants, you already have the feedback links in the chat box. I request you all to please fill the form. एंड आप सभी लोगों को जो 71 पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं जो क्वालिफाई हुए हैं फॉर द एग्जामिनेशन, आप सभी को ईमेल कर दिया गया है. एक छोटा सा प्रॉब्लम हमें अभी नजर आई है, वो ये है कि हो सकता है कुछ 2-3 पार्टिसिपेंट्स ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने ईमेल एड्रेस रजिस्टर्ड कुछ और कराया था और उन्होंने फीडबैक किसी और ईमेल एड्रेस से भरा है. सो इन दैट केस हम उनको मैच नहीं कर पाए हैं एंड हो सकता है कि आपके पास ईमेल नहीं गया हो. अगर ऐसा कोई भी सिनेरियो है तो प्लीज librarian@rgtu.net पर ईमेल जरूर कर दें अपने डिटेल्स के साथ, सो दैट आपको भी लिंक मिल सके एग्जामिनेशन का.
Madam, can I just intervene and say thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and especially to Dr. Chaukse, and also thank you all for hosting, and thank you the participants. It has been a pleasure, talking to you. And so, if you have any questions on whatever I presented in this session and previous session, feel free to interact with me. And I'm sure most of these presentations are recorded and they are available to you. I don't have to share the PPT. And with regard to my first presentation, I did share a document, a couple of pages document where the listing and description of open textbooks details were available. And if you still need this presentation, I would be happy to make it available. And thank you all once again, and have a good day. Thank you. Can I log out now? And I will also stop sharing. And thanks a lot, Madam. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And all the recordings of 5-6 days is available on YouTube on Refereed YouTube channel. So people can visit then and they can watch any session.
Okay, thank you. I will be logging out now, and so bye. Bye. Yeah.
Participants, we are taking a quick break now till 1:45, and after that we will providing you the links of online examination. I request you all to go YouTube and you directly go to YouTube, search Refereed, and you will find all 6 days session videos there, so you can revisit all the sessions if you need to, and do prepare for your examination. And I hope you will do better in that. So good luck for all of you, and let's just take a quick break now. Thank you so much, everyone.
Good afternoon, all the participants.
सर एग्जाम लिंक अभी किसी पे भी नहीं आया ना?
हाँ, अभी नहीं आया, अभी नहीं आया।
जी सर।
क्या हो गया?
कल जो जमा करने का आया था वो आएगी ना शाम के टाइम 5 बजे,
तो सविता
वो वापस कर दे तो हमने कल आना के नाम है नहीं है।
सविता से ले लो ना। सविता कहाँ है? सविता कहाँ है?
डियर पार्टिसिपेंट्स, आप सभी को ऑनलाइन एग्जाम लिंक ईमेल के थ्रू भेज दिया गया है। अगले 1 से 2 मिनट में आपके ईमेल पर आपको वो एग्जाम लिंक मिलेगा। So participants, we are just waiting for a few more participants to join in, and most of the participants have already submitted their response on the online exam for AICTE. We'll be conducting our last session, or the valedictory session. And I've just requested on WhatsApp group to all the participants, to all the qualified as well as the ones who could not qualify because of the attendance criteria, to join this session. And we will hear last word from a few of our experts. We would love to have some feedback from the participants on how did this go. Can we do something to organize this better in future? So we will begin shortly. Let me just check if some more participants are going to join. I am certainly hoping that some more participants will join, but let's see. Choksey sir, there are roughly 40 participants. We have also asked participants on WhatsApp group to join this last session and help us take this to a logical conclusion. Please unmute your system once. Yeah, thank you.
Just a minute, Mohit. I will talk with the Sandeep Pathak if he is agreed to call for the meeting.
Yeah, please sir, take your time. So some participants are asking how long will it take for the results to come for the certifications, or
Within hour, within hour.
within?
Within hour, 1 घंटे के अंदर आपका रिजल्ट आ जाएगा.
And we will then inform the participants
तो
on
आप
email.
वैलिडिटी सेशन में रहेंगे क्या?
कितने बजे से है?
अभी बस
मैंने लगता है इससे बैठ रहा है यानी
Good morning.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, all the participants who those qualified in the examination and they will appear in the examinations. I hope your examination is very well and good. Now, validatory session will be chaired by Professor Librarian Sandeep Pathak. Sir, he is the librarian IISCR भोपाल. वो बहुत ही जल्दी हमारे को ज्वाइन करेंगे. और वैसे वाइस चांसलर राजीव गांधी प्रौद्योगिकी विश्वविद्यालय को भी इस प्रोग्राम के लिए आमंत्रित किया गया था, चूंकि उनकी व्यस्तता अन्यत्र कहीं वाइस अपना गवर्नर या कहीं व्यस्तता होने के कारण दे विल नॉट ज्वाइन दैट प्रोग्राम.
सर इससे पहले कि जब तक संदीप पाठक जी आ रहे हैं, मैं थोड़ा सा फीडबैक हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स को देना चाहूंगा. तो मुझे उम्मीद है कि जितने भी हमारे अभी ये पिछले 5 दिन में जितने भी हमने सेशन कंडक्ट किए वो सभी के लिए यूजफुल रहे होंगे. हमने कोशिश की कि आपको जितने भी इमर्जिंग टॉपिक्स हैं, जो भी लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं या जो भी सहायक कॉन्सेप्ट्स हो सकते हैं आपके लिए, आपकी लाइब्रेरी सर्विसेज को आगे एक्सटेंड करने के लिए यूजर्स को इस लॉकडाउन पीरियड में, उसके बारे में एक ओवरव्यू, कई टॉपिक्स पे हमने काफी डिटेल में भी चर्चा करी, हैंड्स ऑन ट्रेनिंग भी हुई. और देश भर में अलग अलग जगह से बड़े बड़े इंस्टीट्यूट के जितने भी रिनाउंड लाइब्रेरियंस हैं, चाहे वो डॉक्टर गौर सर हो या कुंबर सर हो, हमारे पंजाब से, पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी से नीरज सिंह जी हो या जीवेश जी हो, और संदीप पाठक जी ने 2 सेशन लिए, नीरज चौरसिया जी ने 2 सेशन लिए IIT से, और डॉक्टर नबी हसन जी ने सेशन लिया. तो आई एम श्योर कि सभी जितने भी एक्सपर्ट्स हैं हमारी इंडस्ट्री के, हमने उनको एक जगह लाने की कोशिश करी और आई एम श्योर आप सभी के लिए बहुत यूजफुल रहा होगा. अपना फीडबैक देने का ये बेस्ट समय है, तो मैं एक बस अनुरोध करूंगा कि आप अपना हैंड रेस करें. जो भी इस प्रोग्राम से रिलेटेड अपने विचार व्यक्त करना चाहता है वो प्लीज हैंड रेस करें जूम पे, और मैं उनको अनम्यूट करूंगा. हम जानना चाहते हैं कि आपको कैसा लगा ये प्रोग्राम, हमारी ये कोशिश कैसी लगी. उससे पहले कुछ पार्टिसिपेंट्स ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने बहुत ही ज्यादा रेगुलरली ये प्रोग्राम अटेंड किया, और उनका मतलब मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि उनका नाम यहाँ जरूर लिया जाना चाहिए, जिनकी 100% अटेंडेंस थी, क्योंकि 24 सेशन थे हमारे, और 24 सेशंस में मतलब पहले 5 दिन में 24 सेशन हुए और आज 2 सेशन हुए, तो 26 सेशंस में 26 के 26 अटेंड करना, ये भी अपने आप में मैं तो मानता हूं कि एक उपलब्धि है कि आप इतने कंसिस्टेंट थे और इतने रेगुलर थे इस प्रोग्राम में. तो मैं भी उसको एक छोटी सी उपलब्धि मानता हूं, और मैं चाहता हूं मैं उन पार्टिसिपेंट्स का नाम यहाँ पर लूं. जी डॉक्टर चौक से मैं आपको अनम्यूट करता हूं. जी सर, अनम्यूट कर लीजिए. अच्छा, हमारे साथ डॉक्टर पाठक भी जुड़ गए हैं. वेलकम बैक सर.
Welcome to Sandeep Pathak.
Very good afternoon. Yes, am I audible?
Sandeep Pathak is a well-known face in India and especially in MP. Sandeep Pathak is a librarian in IISc भोपाल. मैं संदीप पाठक जी का तहे दिल से अपना स्वागत करता हूं इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे, और मैं उनका तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं कि उनसे मेरे को रात 2 बजे 4 बजे या कभी भी उनको जरूरत हुई, मेरे को जरूरत हुई तो उनको रिक्वायर्ड अनवांटेड उनको मैं डिस्टर्ब भी किया हूं, उनसे सलाह भी लिया हूं, उसके लिए मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। और साथ ही साथ मैं आज के वैलिडेटरी सेशन में उनको आमंत्रित करता हूं। और लास्ट ईयर ये STTP 5-day प्रोग्राम संदीप पाठक लाइब्रेरियन आईसा भोपाल के सौजन्य से ही हमने आयोजित किया था। वर्तमान में पुनः हम उनका स्वागत करते हैं इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे, और आगे भविष्य में भी हम ये कामना करते हैं कि उनका सहयोग हमको मिलता रहेगा। संदीप पाठक सर, वेलकम टू दैट प्लेटफॉर्म। Are you unmuted or not? मोहित जी?
हाँ, yes sir.
Okay.
Yes sir.
Okay. संदीप सर, मैं आपका और जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स जिनने हमारे इस प्रोग्राम में भाग लिया उनका मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। और जो STTP प्रोग्राम AICTE ज्वाइंट टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम फॉर 1 week ऑनलाइन शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम फॉर STTP bring library services to remote user during the COVID-19 pandemic। ये टॉपिक भी जो है बहुत कुछ मेरे को इस पे संदीप पाठक जी ने काफी सपोर्ट किया है। और इस पर जो है हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो हमारे STTP AICTE प्लेटफॉर्म पे जो कैंडिडेट्स अपना पार्टिसिपेंट रजिस्टर्ड हुए थे वो 305 पार्टिसिपेंट ने अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन कराया, जिसमें से फाइनल 138 कैंडिडेट्स को, पार्टिसिपेंट्स को AICTE ने अप्रूव किया फॉर ज्वाइनिंग दैट प्रोग्राम। एंड AICTE again reviewed that due to attendance 74 candidates are accepted for the examinations. Now हमारे इस प्रोग्राम में हमने भारत का सारा फ्लेवर डालने की कोशिश करी है संदीप पाठक सर के सहयोग से। विशेष तौर से मैं संदीप पाठक जी का इसके लिए धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। हमारे इस प्रोग्राम में मुख्य तौर पर RC गौर साहब इग्निक न्यू दिल्ली, नबी हसन साहब IIT न्यू दिल्ली, TS कुंभार साहब IIT गांधीनगर, प्रोफेसर SS चंदेल MPSSR उज्जैन, प्रोफेसर अनिल पालीवाल कंट्रोलर फाइनेंस राजीव गांधी प्रौद्योगिकी विश्वविद्यालय, SP Godar he is University Librarian Mysore, Neeraj Chaurasia IIT New Delhi, Neeraj Singh he is from Punjab University Chandigarh, Professor Librarian Dr. Mayank Trivedi from University of Baroda, and Colonel Venkat, he is the Director of Faculty Development AICTE New Delhi. Himanshi Gupta, she is a faculty physiotherapy and art of living Bangalore. Jivesh Bansal, he is from Punjab University Chandigarh. Dr. Anand Bhairappa, he is a librarian, senior scientist IISc Bangalore. मैं इन सभी का तहे दिल से स्वागत करता, अपना अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उनने हमारे प्रोग्राम में आकर हमारे प्रोग्राम को 4 चांद लगाए, शोभा बढ़ाई और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा नॉलेज जो है हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट के साथ शेयर किया। मैं इसी के साथ मोहित जी को बोलूँगा कि संदीप पाठक जी को आमंत्रित करें। मोहित जी।
डॉक्टर पाठक, आपका माइक ऑलरेडी अनम्यूटेड है आई होप, और हम चाहेंगे आपके विचार कि कैसा आपके हिसाब से ये प्रोग्राम रहा, कैसी कोशिश रही, इसको और आगे कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं, और आपके सुझाव, आपकी गाइडेंस सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स और स्पेशली हम जानना चाहेंगे।
Thank you so much, Choksey sir. Am I audible, Mohit?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Perfectly.
So thank you so much, and once again, I sincerely thank my friend Dr. Chokseji for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this valedictory session. It's an honor for me. I also thank Mohit, for giving his time for continuous 6 days. I was seeing he was very much busy. So I thanks Dr. Chokseji also for having such persons in our team. एंड सबसे ज्यादा मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा पार्टिसिपेंट्स का. जैसा कि मोहित जी बता रहे थे कि इन्होंने जितनी तल्लीनता से और जितना तन्मयता से इस प्रोग्राम को अटेंड किया है, और करे भी क्यों ना, क्योंकि जैसा चौकसे सर ने बताया कि ये 6 डेज ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम था, AICTE-RGPV ज्वाइंट टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम. और जो सेशंस थे हमारे, चाहे वो स्लॉट 1 से लेके स्लॉट 5 तक, जो टॉप लाइब्रेरियंस थे इंडिया के, उन सभी को चौकसे जी ने इसका एक पार्ट बनाया. और जो टॉपिक्स थे आप जो देखेंगे, जो हमारी थीम थी बेसिकली, जो हमारे इस 5 डेज प्रोग्राम की जो थीम थी कि ब्रिंगिंग लाइब्रेरी सर्विसेज टू रिमोट लॉगिन यूजर्स ड्यूरिंग कोविड-19 पेंडेमिक. और मैं जैसा कहा था अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में कि आरजीपीवी ने ये सारी चीजें पहले ही शुरू कर दी थी, इवन पेंडेमिक, बिकॉज दे वर प्रैक्टिसाइजिंग दिस रिमोट यूजर सर्विसेज, बिकॉज उनके पास काफी बड़ा बेस है यूजर्स का. तो वही चीज है. तो ये हम एक जो भी हमने इसमें जितने भी टॉक अटेंड किए, जैसे सेशन 1 में था आईसीटी एप्लीकेशंस, देन वेरियस रिसर्च मैट्रिक्स बाय डॉक्टर नीरज, देन लाइब्रेरी मोबाइल ऐप, लाइब्रेरी वेबसाइट, नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी बाय कर्नल वेंकट, है ना. देन सेकेंड डे देयर वाज दिस टॉक अबाउट NIRF एंड NAC. देन Dr. Gowda talked about resources for academic and research excellence. So there were very useful talk by Dr. Chandel on use of various softwares and databases. Then again, he took a talk on use of innovations, tools and techniques in research. I feel personally कि these are the very useful topics, और जो लोग attend कर रहे हैं, मैंने जैसे उनकी प्रोफाइल देखी है, तो सभी लोगों के लिए ये टॉपिक काफी यूजफुल है. उसके बाद अगला टॉक था रिमोट एक्सेस टूल्स फॉर लाइब्रेरी सर्विसेज by Dr. Neeraj. Then Dr. Bansal talked about academic integrity. Then there was a talk on professional networking in digital era. People talked about e-books. Okay, academic visibility. This is also very important to increase the academic visibility. Okay, then only our ranking will go high. We will have more citations. H-index will go high. All those things. So then people talked about Urkun software, Turnitin softwares, remote login services, uses of e-resources, open textbook by Dr. Kumbhar. And he also talked about, today I attended the session about, citations, tools and techniques. So I personally feel this was the, एक बोलते हैं ना उसको, जो complete package of recent, technologies. और अगर आपने sincerely attend किया है, I am sure, जब हम वर्कशॉप बेसिकली क्यों करवाता है कोई भी, क्योंकि आप सबको एक एक्सपोजर मिले नए लाइब्रेरी ट्रेंड्स के लिए. और हम लोग क्यों अटेंड करते हैं, क्योंकि देखिए अगर कोई 1 घंटे का टॉक लेता है, इसका मतलब मान के चलिए उसने कम से कम 10 से 15 घंटे उसके पीछे दिए हैं उसको तैयार करने में. तो अगर आपने ये सेशन अटेंड किया 6 डेज का, दैट मीन्स आपने जो 1000 आवर्स का जो कंटेंट है वो आपने 6 डेज में उसको आपने किया. आई एम श्योर आपने नोट्स बनाए होंगे, एंड आई एम श्योर व्हेन यू गो बैक टू योर इंस्टीट्यूशन आप उन चीजों को इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे. देन ओनली डॉक्टर चौकसे और आरजीपीवी और द टीम विल फील हैप्पी कि हमने जो वर्कशॉप कराई दैट वाज ए सक्सेसफुल. दैट इज आवर मेन मोटो कि तो यही है कि अगर कुछ लोगों को लगता है कि अटेंडेंस एंड ऑल दोस वेर इशू, बट दिस आर द AICTE गाइडलाइंस, सो वी हैव नो choice but to follow those things. And what I heard is now this can be taken as a role model, and I am sure other AICTE will ask other states also to follow on the same guidelines what RGPV has set the standard in collaboration with AICTE. So I congratulate again team RGPV and Dr. Choksi for having this wonderful session, and I have also attended few of the sessions and they were wonderful. So once again, I thank you, Dr. Chokse, for having this wonderful show. And I'm sure all the participants must have got benefited from this. And I'm sure many of these services, they will try to implement in their library. And this is just a beginning. as Dr. Chokse has mentioned, that whenever you need any help, these all resource persons are always available. Like I talked about, if you want to have a, apply, like to have a library mobile app, we are there. If you want to develop a library website, these are the, this is the beginning of your, learning, because as we know, the library is a growing organism, the fifth law of library science. So for that, we have to learn many things, because librarian's job is to, keep learning new technologies and to deliver to our academic community, right? Many of you are college librarian, you are young, you are, just started your career. So this is the time, you set an example, because your institution, your administration can ask you, okay, go well, you attended 6 days, workshop at RGPV. So now tell us what are the techniques you learned. Let us give you one presentation. Suppose I am a principal of any college, I would definitely love to have a one presentation from your side for all our faculty members कि आपने 6 दिन में क्या सीखा है, हमें एक घंटे का presentation में बताइए. या वो ये भी बोल सकते हैं कि now let us, आप बताइए कि इसमें से आपने क्या क्या नया सीखा और क्या क्या हमारे कॉलेज में आप इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं, है ना? तो with this all those things, I am sure you have learned many of the new things. And once again, congratulations to all the participants for successful completion of this training program. And once again, a big congratulations to Dr. Chokse and RGPV team for having this wonderful show. And I think this was maybe the first time in Madhya Pradesh, which was done in the collaboration with AICTE in very systematic way. So thank you so much once again. Over to you, Mohit.
Thank you so much, sir, for your encouraging words. जैसा कि मैं पहले सभी हमारे participants को बता रहा था, that 141 or 138 was the allowed number of participants earlier, और उसके बाद उनमें से हमने देखा जब अटेंडेंस कैलकुलेट करी तो लगभग 74 फाइनल लिस्ट निकली. कुछ हमें मैपिंग भी करनी पड़ी, क्योंकि कुछ लोग ऐसे थे जिन्होंने जिस ईमेल एड्रेस से रजिस्टर किया था उस ईमेल एड्रेस से उन्होंने फीडबैक फॉर्म नहीं भरे थे. तो हमने कोशिश करी थोड़ा सा मैपिंग करने की, बट कुछ ऐसे पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं जो बहुत ज्यादा रेगुलर थे, और एंड आई हैव टू नेम का ऑनररी मेंशन करना बहुत जरूरी है. तो मैं वो पार्टिसिपेंट्स जिनका 100% अटेंडेंस था इस पूरे प्रोग्राम में, या एक सिर्फ 26 में से सिर्फ एक लेक्चर जिन्होंने मिस किया, मैं उनके नाम इस मीटिंग में लेना चाहता हूँ. अलका ममोरिया, अमिता होमराज पाटिल. अगर मैं थोड़ा प्रोनाउंसिएशन में कुछ गलती हो जाए मुझसे तो मुझे माफ करिएगा. दीप्ति सोनी, डॉक्टर पूनम बाजपेयी, डॉक्टर यास्मीन जिया, डॉक्टर जयदीप मेहता, डॉक्टर प्रसन्ना पुरुषोत्तम दांगे, डॉक्टर योगराज सुधाकर फिरके, डॉक्टर मेघना व्यास, डॉक्टर राजकुमार हीरामन थोरवे, हेम प्रकाश, जय भारती कश्यप, कल्पना सोनी, मादा सिंह दोंदीराम गोलवाल, मंगेश वमन राव वागड़े, मनीष चांदलिया, नरेंद्र गुप्ता, प्रियांश सोलंकी, एसके सोंधिया, सुरेश हरमुख, इन सभी की जितने नाम अभी तक मैंने लिए, इनकी 100% अटेंडेंस थी. इनके अलावा अगवाने राजेश बाला साहेब, अनिल कुमार देवांगन, चांचल ज्ञान चंदानी, डॉक्टर कुलजीत जी कालो, डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी जयंत थोम्बरे, डॉक्टर आशीष बिल्लोरे, डॉक्टर सन्नादी दिनेश अन्नप्पा शालिनी, हिरेंद्र सिंह भदौरिया, मिस नीता मलिक, राजू श्रीवास्तव और शुभम पटेल. ये वो नाम थे जिनकी 96% अटेंडेंस थी, और मैं बहुत ज्यादा खुश हूँ ये चीज देखकर कि इतना ज्यादा. लेट्स हैव अ राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज. मैं सभी को अनम्यूट करूंगा. एक मिनट, लेट मी अनम्यूट एवरीवन. प्लीज अनम्यूट करिए सब लोग अपना अपना. प्लीज सेशन अपना अनम्यूट करिए. यू हैव द राइट टू अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ. And let's have a big round of applause for participants.
Yes, for
मैंने बहुत पहले भी ऑर्गेनाइज किए हैं, मैं स्पीकर भी रहा हूँ, बट पूरे दिन तक एक मेंटेन रखना, एक डिसिप्लिन मेंटेन रखना और रेगुलरिटी मेंटेन रखना,
मोहित जी, मैं आपका भी तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ कि आपने जो हमारे को सतत पूरे करीब 1 महीने से हमारे को सपोर्ट करते आ रहे हैं, और आपकी अनइंटरप्टेड सर्विसेज हम काम लाभ लेते रहे। जो हमारा टेक्निकल अपना सपोर्ट जो है मोहित जी का रहा है। मोहित जी, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपकी रेफरी टीम को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और पार्टिसिपेंट्स, अभी आपका जो रिजल्ट है वो विल अनाउंस एट मंडे। आई डिस्कस विद द AICTE Monday. Open Monday, we will disclose in your email address. We send your results in your email. Previously, we will send the soft copy of your certificate by email to you. Over to Mohit.
तो पार्टिसिपेंट्स, मैंने अभी के लिए आप सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स को म्यूट कर दिया है, एंड वी विल एंड दिस सेशन विद सम फीडबैक फ्रॉम द पार्टिसिपेंट्स। आप लोगों ने हम सबको सुना, और सर आपने मेरे को थैंक किया, पता नहीं कितनी जरूरत थी, क्योंकि मैं तो आपकी ही टीम का पार्ट हूँ, तो बट स्टिल सर आपने रिकॉग्नाइज किया मेरी मेहनत को। मैं हमेशा बना रहूंगा सर आपके साथ, और आने वाले प्रोग्राम्स में भी हम इतनी ही मेहनत करेंगे। We cannot end this session without having feedback from some of our participants. तो मेरी बहुत ये दिली इच्छा है कि कुछ पार्टिसिपेंट्स अपना फीडबैक दें, अच्छा बुरा, आपके ये प्लेटफॉर्म आपके लिए है। आप बिल्कुल क्रिटिकली, अगर कुछ कमी भी रह गई हो तो आप बिल्कुल क्रिटिकली भी हमें अपना पूरा फीडबैक दे सकते हैं। प्लीज अपना हैंड रेज करिए, नहीं तो जो लोग ज्यादा क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे थे सेशंस में, मैं उनको खुद से अनम्यूट कर दूंगा। प्लीज अपना फीडबैक दीजिए, प्लीज रेज योर हैंड whosoever wants to। अच्छा, आई हैव वन यूजर, ओके, आस्क टू प्लीज सुप्रिया अनम्यूट करिए। हाँ सुप्रिया, बताइए कैसा लगा।
हेलो
जी
जी, आई एम डॉक्टर सुप्रिया बेजलवार फ्रॉम प्रोफेसर राम मेघे कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग एंड मैनेजमेंट, बडनेरा, अमरावती, ये जो कि महाराष्ट्र में है। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई वुड लाइक टू से दैट इट वाज वेरी ब्यूटीफुली अरेंज्ड. Having limitation of conducting virtually, this workshop was conducted very beautifully, like error free, you can say, like not at all I have like anything you have left out. It was like time schedule was followed strictly, and that is why it was like we were coming on time and then going also on time. So it was structured nicely. Secondly, resource person, all of them were so like gem of a person, like हाईली रिसोर्सफुल, यानी एक एक चीजें ऐसी थी जो हम हमें अप्लाई कर सकते हैं। हर एक का हमें पीपीटी भी चाहिए, मुझे तो सारे पीपीटी चाहिए, क्योंकि वो चीजें हैं जो हम अप्लाई कर सकते हैं और अपग्रेड हो सकते हैं। So that was the second thing which I liked. And thirdly, Mohit sir, you arranged it very nicely. एक जो भी वर्कशॉप का एक डिसिप्लिन होता है, that you have maintained very nicely. कभी स्ट्रिक्ट रहना पड़ता है, कभी थोड़ा सा लीनियंट होना पड़ता है, तो keeping in mind all these things, you have taken care of all the participants and coordinated so well with everyone. So I am very happy to attend this, and resource person तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि हर एक से हर रोज बात करनी पड़ेगी कि सर आपने ये बताया था, इसको कैसे अप्लाई करें। तो we are blessed as a library professional. I am blessed that I had chance to listen to every one of them.
Thank you so much, Supriya ji. I also now request Prince to please share your feedback. Prince, आप अनम्यूट कर लीजिए। या प्रिंस बताइए। Prince?
Yeah. Good afternoon to everyone. And first of all, I am very much thankful to all the organizers for organizing such a wonderful workshop. And really, it's awesome. The topics which were selected were so nice, and all the resource persons really they gave their 100%. Whatever they gave for us, it was very fruitful, and really it is helpful in our library work. So I once again congratulate to all the organizing team for organizing such a wonderful workshop. And what I feel, थोड़ा सा प्रैक्टिस ऑन हैंड्स अगर हो जाता था तो इसमें और भी बढ़िया हो जाता था। तो वो थोड़ा सा कई महीने मिस किया मेरे लिए। जैसे मोबाइल ऐप का था तो मुझे थोड़ा सा उसके बारे में और डिटेल जानना था, कौन से एरिया में हम मोबाइल ऐप का और जो बताया दैट इज ओके, बट और कौन से डेवलप कर सकते हैं वो थोड़ा सा जानने की कोशिश कर रहा था मैं, बट हो नहीं पाया शायद। तो बस इतना ही, और थैंक यू वेरी मच।
प्रिंस, आपसे फिर से जुड़ेंगे और अगला एक और प्रोग्राम जो भी रखेंगे उसमें कोशिश करेंगे कि थोड़ा और हैंड्स ऑन दे सके। थैंक यू। मैं लास्ट फीडबैक लेना चाहूंगा अब हेम प्रकाश जी से। प्लीज हेम प्रकाश जी प्लीज अनम्यूट करिए। वीड लाइक टू लिसन, लाइक टू हैव।
हेलो
जी
जी सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। अभी तक का जितने भी मैंने ऑनलाइन वेबिनार अटेंड किया उन सब में सबसे बेस्ट रहा आरजीपीवी लाइब्रेरी के द्वारा जो ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया। और सर मैं चाहता हूं कि यूट्यूब पे जो भी लिंक्स अवेलेबल है वो रहे ताकि हम उसको देख करके और पढ़ाई कर सके और उससे अपने नॉलेज को और आगे बढ़ा सके सर। और हो सके सर पॉसिबल हो तो सभी जितने भी रिसोर्स पर्सन थे उनका पीपीटी अगर मिल जाता तो और ज्यादा अच्छा रहता सर।
जी जरूर हेम प्रकाश जी, YouTube पर वो वीडियोस बनी रहेंगी, आप चिंता मत करिए। आप उनको जाइए, रिप्ले कीजिए और देखिए। और हम कोशिश करेंगे अपने एक्सपर्ट से बात करके, कमिट नहीं कर सकते बट कोशिश करेंगे कि उनकी पीपीटीज हम आप तक पहुंचाएं। लास्ट and very last now, Rakhisha, in you have raised your hand. If you want to say a few things, please unmute. दो बस
जी सर। गुड इवनिंग ऑल ऑफ यू सर। ये जो सेशन रहा बहुत अच्छा रहा और बहुत हेल्पफुल रहा सर। जो लाइब्रेरियंस हैं सारे इनको आज की जो जनरेशन में चल रहा है ई लाइब्रेरी का, उसके बारे में जो इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली है वो बहुत ही ज्यादा यूजफुल है। इसलिए मैं थैंक्स करना चाहूंगी आरजीपीवी यूनिवर्सिटी का और सारे मेंबर्स का जिन्होंने इतने अच्छे से अरेंज करवाया। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू राखी। चौकसी सर, मैं एंड करना चाहूंगा इस सेशन का। सिर्फ एक न्यूज देना चाहता हूं मैंने हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स, क्योंकि काफी ऐसे जो आरजीपीवी से नहीं है, तो उनके लिए मैं एक खुशखबरी छोटी सी देना चाहता हूं अगर आपकी अनुमति हो तो। वो सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो आरजीपीवी से अफिलिएटेड नहीं है, मैं उनको एक अपनी तरफ से एक छोटा सा तोहफा मैं जो दे सकता हूं वो यही है कि रेफरीड की जो सर्विसेज है, रेफरीड का ई लाइब्रेरी प्लेटफॉर्म जिसमें कि मोबाइल ऐप, रिमोट एक्सेस, ओपन एक्सेस कंटेंट, एग्रीगेशन, डिस्कवरी सर्विसेज सब एक ही जगह से लाइब्रेरीज को मिल जाती हैं। मैं सभी लाइब्रेरीज जो इस प्रोग्राम से जुड़ी और आरजीपीवी से अफिलिएटेड नहीं है, मैं उनको एक ये छोटा सा तोहफा देना चाहता हूं कि जो भी हमारी स्टैंडर्ड प्राइसिंग है हम उस पे 70% तक डिस्काउंट देंगे, ताकि सिर्फ उतना हम आपसे खर्चा लें जितना हमें चलाने के लिए चाहिए। So 70% discount for all the libraries who are a part of this program on refereed e-library products. मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप इस पे विचार करेंगे और मेरा ईमेल एड्रेस चैट बॉक्स में है, आप हमसे कनेक्ट करिए एंड वी वुड लव टू वर्क विद यू। हम आपके साथ उतनी ही शिद्दत से मेहनत करेंगे जितनी हमने आरजीपीवी के साथ करी। इसी के साथ सर चौकसी सर मैं आपके सुपुर्द करता हूँ सेशन। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू मोहित, थैंक यू ऑल द पार्टिसिपेंट्स। आपका जो रिजल्ट है मंडे वी विल सेंड बाय मेल, वी विल सेंड ई सर्टिफिकेट बाय मेल. If you are required the print certification, then we will print it and send by a post to your permanent address. आप लोगों को जो भी आरजीपीवी के बारे में या जो आपको सर्विसेज के बारे में जो भी आवश्यकता होगी, देन आरजीपीवी टीम इज देयर. We will provide the e-library facilities. We will provide the mobile applications and other facilities. If you are required any help from the RGPV, we will be there. और इसी के साथ मैं ये भी आपको अवगत कराना चाहूँ कि मैंने करीब सारे एक्सपर्ट से डिस्कस किया है. They will agree to share the PPTs with all the participants. उनको मैं PPTs को भी आपके मंडे और अदरवाइज ट्यूसडे we will send the PPTs to you via email. और इसी के बाद साथ ही में सारे जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स हमारे इस प्रोग्राम के साथ जुड़े थे, उन सभी का तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं. धन्यवाद एंड जय भारत. धन्यवाद. ओके मोहित.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. बाय एवरीवन. स्टे सेफ.
ओके.
बाय सर. बाय.
बाय.